Hi, America. Happy Saturday to all of you. I'm Vanessa Broussard reporting live from Washington, D.C. from the Libertarian National Convention. We hope you're having a great weekend from wherever you're watching. If you're watching right now, be sure to let us know in the chats where you're watching from, which state, even which country. We'd love to hear from you here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, so be sure to comment in the chat section. Again, I'm Vanessa Broussard reporting to you live from Washington, D.C. at the Hilton Hotel here in D.C., right here in the swamp. President Trump making his way here to the Libertarian National Convention to speak tonight, to address the crowd. As you know, the Libertarians are a very vocal crowd. They love their stance on the government, on America. And they heard from Vivek Ramaswamy just yesterday and RFK Jr. yesterday as well. We'll go over all of those highlights from yesterday's speeches and also a rundown of what's expected tonight as well. But we will bring you live coverage here starting right now through President Trump's speech. And we're expecting a very vocal crowd tonight. Again, we'll go over more of that here in just a little bit. If you're just now joining us, if you're struggling with money, if you're struggling with your finances, or planning for your future and just don't know where to begin, that's where we recommend the Birch Gold Group. Go ahead and give them a try. You can text the word Trump to 989898. Again, that's the word Trump to 989898. Invest your IRAs, your 401ks. You can roll over. You can do so much with the Birch Gold Group. They have a wonderful rating, A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Thousands of satisfied customers who are resting easy at night knowing that their money is invested and is being well put away for whenever they retire and for the future, because times are tough right now. As you know, the economy is tough right now. People are struggling to save just a dime, but that's where the Birch Gold Group comes in. They can definitely help you out with that and get you on the right track for your future. That's the Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898. A representative will call you. And they'll also send you a free information kit and get you going, a plan that fits your needs, not necessarily what your neighbor's doing, because everyone's finances are different. They will get you on the right track that fits your needs and save for your future. Again, that's the Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898. Here at the Libertarian National Convention. This is Saturday, and they will go until tomorrow. Started off on Thursday here at the Hilton Hotel. Lots of vocal people again. I arrived last night, and a lot of enthusiastic people here. Now, a little bit about the Libertarian Party. They were formed in 1971 in Colorado. And they've come a long way in the last few decades. They are a strong third-party contingency when it comes to elections, and they're hoping that they get a candidate in office who will best support what they want and what they need: limited government, better school systems. So it's just a group of people who want, again, limited government, anti-wars, and we're expecting President Trump to hit on that tonight. Now, there are a lot of similarities between the Libertarian Party and the Republican Party, so we're expecting President Trump to talk about his policies that pertain to the Libertarians. Here in America, the last number counted in the last election showed over 700,000 registered voters in the Libertarian Party, so their vote is very important when it comes to the general election come November. So we'll hear from President Trump tonight, and we're really expecting him to touch on those topics and his policies that can sway some of these voters. Now, he is the first major presidential candidate to speak at the Libertarian National Convention in 50 years. So this is a big deal this year for President Trump to make an appearance here at the Libertarian National Convention. But to be honest with you, while some people are on board, some people oppose President Trump coming. We spoke to some people who say they want more libertarians in office, and so they will stick with the Libertarian Party, but they are open to hear from President Trump. Now, in line coming in just now, going through security, we saw a lot of people wearing MAGA hats, which was good to see. So this is not going to be the same crowd that we saw, say, in the Bronx last week or any Trump rally. This is a party where President Trump is going to have to come in and persuade these voters to vote for him and why he is the best candidate for the job come November. So we are expecting maybe a few outcries from the crowd. We saw that last night with Vivek Ramaswamy when he was on the stage and brought up President Trump. He did get some hecklers who were very vocal from the crowd and some people who cheered and supported. But again, that is the Libertarian Party, and they are very strong on their stance when it comes to their beliefs. Again, President Trump will come in today rallying for votes from the Libertarian Party. So we'll just have to see how that goes. Now, remember, it's not specifically the candidate that they may cheer for or boo against. It's maybe their stance, where they align, what they believe. The Republican Party, the Democrat Party, and the Libertarian Party are all different. So not only is President Trump coming into the swamp of Washington, D.C., he is coming on this stage behind me to a crowd of people where he, again, will have to persuade them to vote for him come November. I'm going to step out of the way just for a second so you can see and get a glimpse of what it looks like behind me. This is a ballroom, a smaller ballroom of sorts, a lot smaller than what President Trump is used to, because as you know, when he goes to rallies and events, tens of thousands of people show up. And this ballroom looks like it could hold maybe several hundred people. So it's going to be a lot smaller crowd tonight, more quaint, more quiet, more personable. And the stage is, maybe 25 yards away from me. So it's not far at all. So it's a very small room. People are already starting to come in, as you can see. And if you can tell by our view, because we always show the crowds, there are some MAGA hats, Make America Great Again hats. So that's good to see here at the LNC. People wearing MAGA hats, and I'm sure that's a welcome sight for President Trump as well when he enters and walks on that stage tonight at 8 o'clock. It's 5:09 Eastern Time. There will be a pre-show that begins at 6 o'clock, followed by President Trump taking the stage at 8 o'clock. Again, this is a third-party vote. The Libertarian Party is a third-party vote. It is a major party. They've come a long way since the 1970s. Vivek Ramaswamy spoke last night. Also, RFK Jr. spoke as well. He actually wanted to debate President Trump on this stage this weekend. That obviously did not happen. And interestingly enough, RFK Jr. passed out these rubber chickens yesterday. I tried to bring one in, couldn't get it through security. They weren't allowing anyone to bring them in, but it was a rubber chicken, a yellow chicken that squeaks. And RFK Jr. passed these out to the crowd yesterday, trying to encourage them to heckle President Trump when he came on stage and to squawk these chickens, make them squeak, just to, show him that he's not wanted here. But again, I see no rubber chickens. They weren't allowed through security. I tried to bring one in so I could show you what RFK Jr. I had given to the crowd yesterday, but that was not allowed. The Secret Service was stopping that before we could actually get in. But yes, that's RFK Jr. here yesterday, warning the crowd to heckle Trump when he walks on stage tonight, but that's not being allowed. And also no debate as well. Again, the speech tonight will be greeted with his policies when it comes to education, also what's going on overseas with the war, Palestine. So we'll get some of that from President Trump, and that's going to be very interesting to the people here. They really want to see President Trump's stance on anti-war, also immigration as well. So we'll hear from that because the Libertarian Party is big on anti-war and education reform. Again, 1971 is when this party was enacted. 242,000 libertarians are registered to vote in America, so that's going to be important in this race come November. And interesting enough, This is what the Libertarian Party celebrates. There are now 178 elected Libertarians in office. So this year in 2024, there are 178 Libertarians who are elected in office. So if you talk to this crowd and you talk to the people who have come to Washington, D.C. for this national convention, they're proud of that number. Because if you think about it, 1971 was not that long ago, and they are a third party, the group that fights hard. They're not the two main parties, and they want to see more people elected. Also, the people here say if President Trump is elected, they would like to see President Trump have a libertarian on his cabinet or in his administration. So they're wanting more of their voices to be heard. And so they're saying, okay, we love President Trump. We love his stance. We love his policies. We see that we align better with the conservative movement than we do the Democrats, but we really want our voices to be heard more. And while we have 178 elected offices right now in America, we want a libertarian in a Trump administration. And with President Trump coming here today, we just may see that. So we'll have to wait and see what President Trump is going to say tonight. A lot of momentum going into this speech because, again, we want you to stick around because this is not your typical President Trump speech. This is not your typical President Trump rally or event. This is President Trump not coming in and speaking to the MAGA movement. This is President Trump coming in and speaking to another political party. So what will happen tonight? It's going to be very interesting. So make sure you stick with us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network because, again, in about 45 minutes, the pre-programming will begin, and then President Trump will take the stage, and we're expecting a electrified crowd, and we'll see what happens with that. So don't go anywhere. Stick around. This is something that we haven't seen in a long time. Again, in 50 years at the Libertarian National Convention, a major party presidential candidate has not come and spoken to this crowd. 50 years. So this is historic. This is going to be interesting. Make sure you don't go anywhere and you spend your Saturday night with us and President Trump here at the LNC. Hey, so if you're fighting a sickness of any kind, I can tell you right now, firsthand from a personal standpoint, that the Wellness Company is the place to go. If you are worried about the future, if you're worried about another pandemic, if you're worried about the bug just affecting your family, you know how it spreads from one family member to another, unfortunately, and the whole household gets sick, well, you can rest assured that you'll be okay if you contact the Wellness Company, go on their website, get a medical emergency kit, and you will have what you need at your disposal when you need it. So you don't have to wait to go to the doctor. You don't have to wait for a prescription to be called in. You don't have to wait for your insurance company to maybe approve your medication. It will be right there in your kitchen cabinet, ready to go when you need it. So go ahead and go to makecaregreatagain.com. That's makecaregreatagain.com. Put in the RSBN code at checkout, and you'll receive a big discount on your order. I'm telling you, I've done it. I got sick. I went straight to my medical emergency kit, unzipped it, pulled out some medicine that they said was specifically for my sickness. I was better like that. So the medical emergency kit is the place to go. Make sure you go to makecaregreatagain.com. And matter of fact, Dr. Peter McCullough, who is behind the medical emergency kit, actually spoke this weekend at the LNC. So he was here speaking to one of the conferences, because not only do they have speakers, they have breakout sessions as well all throughout the hotel that you can attend, and he was there speaking to some of the libertarian voters who were here. So Dr. Peter McCullough works with President Trump, and he came up with a medical emergency kit after the pandemic, and he wants to make sure you're prepared in case there's another one, or in case you just get sick, you have that medicine on hand. Again, that's makecaregreatagain.com, makecaregreatagain.com. Type in the RSBN code, and you'll save big bucks on your order. All right, President Trump coming here to the LNC on the heels of that huge electrifying rally in the Bronx. How amazing was that? I know you've seen it. It was pretty fun to watch. I'm kind of jealous I ended up not going. I couldn't go, but then I wished I could go because it looked like a fun time. A lot of MAGA supporters there supporting President Trump in a very deep blue state and deep blue area of New York City. So President Trump arrived. He was met with so many people from so many different backgrounds, not only from the Bronx, but also Queens area, all over New York City, Brooklyn. People came from these predominantly African-American parts of the city to support President Trump. And so President Trump, as you see in these latest poll numbers that keep coming out, his numbers are rising in the African American community. The black voters are loving President Trump. They are relating to President Trump. They say President Trump has helped us more than President Biden has helped us. This man will save us. He will make us, our communities safer. He will make our communities better. We saw better employment numbers under President Trump. People were getting off food stamps. I'll go over those numbers here in just a minute under President Trump. So we're really seeing a lot of the people in the deep blue states and cities come out and rally behind President Trump. Again, it was in the Bronx, but we saw people from Brooklyn. We saw people from Queens. We saw people from all over New York City and also other states coming in. And if you looked at the video, the left and the mainstream media will say, these aren't people from the Bronx, look at the people, there's a wide majority of people. Yes, that is true, but however, that goes to show you that we're Americans coming together, pulling together to vote for President Trump. These are Americans voting, so no matter if you're white, Hispanic, if you're African American, the people love President Trump, and they proved that in the Bronx last week. So great to see the Bronx really coming out and saying we're tired of the violent crime in our city. We're tired of this hoax, sham, phony trial going on under Judge Marchand right now. We're tired of this. We want a restoration in our country, and we want to bring America back to what we're used to. Now, looking at the facts and in the African American community, and I'm going to read some of this off to you. Now, during Trump's first term in office, unemployment rates for the African Americans, and not just the African Americans, but also the Hispanic Americans and the Asian Americans as well, it reached record lows. These communities, these people have not forgotten about that the unemployment numbers reached lows. They had jobs to go to. Nearly 7 million Americans were taken off food stamps. As you know, grocery prices are extremely high. It's hard to go to the grocery store. Even if you have a, average paying job or higher, it's hard to go grocery shopping for a family of four. People just can't afford it. But now more people are getting back on food stamps because they can't afford to eat. President Trump lifted that. When he was in office, 7 million people were lifted off of food stamps. Now, under Biden, as you know, the wages have slowed. It's prolonged inflation, and those Democrat-run cities are just full of crime, riddled with crime, and the Democrats who are running the cities are burying these cities to the ground. And as we know, and we've seen in the past, it's the anniversary of George Floyd, they're also burning the cities to the ground. That's just what they do. Americans are tired of it. They say, you're destroying our country, you're destroying our cities, you're destroying our communities, and you're destroying what I've worked for my entire life. These people who have small businesses that they've opened up, and it's their dream and the hard work for decades that they've put in to run their small businesses are struggling to keep their doors open. If you think about it, this is how it works. People can't afford to shop. So what happens? They can't go into these small businesses. So then what happens? The small businesses are having to close their doors and shut down because people aren't coming in to shop. They don't have the customers to sustain a salary or even to pay bills to keep their doors open. So it's just it's a ripple effect that's affecting all of Americans, and this is all in the hands of Joe Biden. And so when you go to places like the Bronx and these deep blue cities, they are tired of it as well, and they can see the writing on the wall that this was not the case under the Trump administration. Back up 2 weeks ago when we were in New Jersey, another deep blue state. Look at us on the beaches. of New Jersey for a huge rally. Tens of thousands of people showed up. They're tired of the Biden administration. So these deep blue states, these deep blue cities are in play because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter your race. It doesn't matter your religion. We are Americans, and Americans have awakened to what's going on, and we just want our country back. And the only man who can bring our country back is Donald J. Trump. Now, while he was in the Bronx, he was there, of course, already because he is going through this phony hush money trial that has been taken several weeks to take place. The prosecution has given their case. The defense has given their case. Very methodical. The defense with Michael Cohen, when he was on the stand, very methodical in their approach to question him, and it was very interesting how they did it. These defense lawyers are very smart, and they're very particular about how they question him so the jury could follow along about how Cohen is already a convicted liar, and they got him to admit that he has stolen thousands of dollars from the Trump organization. So he has claimed that he is in fact a thief, and he is a convicted liar. He has spent time in jail for that. So this is the left's, the Biden witch hunt trial. Mershon, who has ties, his daughter has ties to the Democrat Party. This is their attempt to get Trump, okay? But whenever you look at the evidence, there is none. There's no evidence that they can prove that Trump knew about any type of hush money deal going on. So your main witness, who is Michael Cohen, is not only a convicted liar, he also lied on stand just in this case alone. Your other key witness is Stormy Daniels. She is a former stripper who goes back and forth on her word. First she said that, she had this extramarital affair with President Trump, and then she writes a letter which she signed and said she didn't. And then she comes back and said, oh, wait, yes, I did. Well, Stormy, did you or you didn't? You've got to get your story straight. So your two key witnesses in this trial have lied over and over and over again. The scary part is we are in New York City, which is a high Democrat city. So we're just hoping that the jury is fair and balanced, looks at the evidence, which there is no proof that Donald Trump is guilty, that they look at the evidence and prove him not guilty. So what happens if they can't come to a decision? Because next week there will be closing arguments because the testimony has ended. On Tuesday, Memorial Day is Monday. On Tuesday, they will head back to court and hear closing arguments, and then shortly thereafter, sometime next week, there will be jury deliberations. So what if they come back and they can't come up with a decision? Well, you only need one juror to say not guilty or one juror to say guilty, and then you would have a hung jury, a mistrial, okay? So you just need one juror to think otherwise than the rest of the jurors for a hung jury mistrial. What if they come in and say he's not guilty? It's over with. What if they come in and they say he's guilty? Well, then in that case, we're told that it could take several weeks, even several months, for the judge to make a decision on President Trump's decision. Now, while the jury decides his guilt or not guilty, his fate, the judge decides his sentence. So it could take, several weeks, several months for that to come in, and then what would happen in between that time? Well, possibly out on bail. We just don't know. So it's all up in the air right now, but we do know that next week there will be closing arguments, and then the trial will go to the jury, and we just hope that it is fair and balanced. We'll see the outcome of that next week, so pay attention to what goes on there. Another guy fighting court battles is Mike Lindell. He has fought for election integrity since 2020, doing the best he can to make sure our elections are secure. He has been a big advocate of Right Side Broadcasting Network. A lot of reasons that we're here today, standing here, is because of Mike Lindell being able to go all over the country. We appreciate him. We know you do too. Support Mike in his fight, in his endeavor to make sure that our elections are secure. You can go to MyPillow.com. Type in RSBN and receive a big discount. Also, right now, he's got a big deal going on. Anyway, it's $25 for all of this merchandise, all of these pillows. So you can go to MyPillow.com, look at all of the sales he has going on right now. Never done before. $25 off so many items. Then you type in the RSBN code, receive another discount. That's on MyPillow.com. We're going to take a look at the crowd real quick to show you we're about 30 minutes out from the pre-programming taking place. I'm Vanessa Broussard with Right Side Broadcasting Network. Broadcasting Network. Welcome to Washington, D.C. for the Libertarian National Convention. It is 5:30 Eastern Time, and then we'll also hear from President Trump tonight at 8 o'clock. But before then, we have a pre-program that should be starting here in about 30 minutes. But we're glad you are joining us. Welcome. Thanks for spending your Saturday with Right Side Broadcasting Network. We talked about the trial in New York City going on right now. Just to recap, if you're just joining us, we're expecting closing arguments on Tuesday because, of course, Monday is Memorial Day. We're expecting closing arguments on Tuesday, and then jury deliberations should begin shortly after that, so that should come next week as well. So interesting to see what's going to happen in New York and some of the possible outcomes coming from there. Again, remember, it takes the entire jury to unanimously approve a verdict for a verdict to be handed down. If there's just one person who disagrees with the other jurors, then it would be considered a hung jury and mistrial. So we'll see what happens. Stick with Right Side Broadcasting on social media and on RSBNetwork.com as we continue to follow what's going on in New York. You know, there are other trials going on as well for President Trump. This is probably the only trial in New York where we're expecting something to happen before elections in November. The other ones could possibly take a lot longer than November. But the other cases that I want to bring up to you is what's going on in Georgia. Of course, Fani Willis. Fani likes to call herself Fani. She should be recused and removed from the case, and I believe that's going to be the case there in Georgia, so we're keeping a close eye on that. But just last week, this is very interesting coming out of the boxes hoax in Mar-a-Lago. Remember when they raided his house? They raided Barron's room. They raided Melania's closet. Well, newly released documents, court documents, say just last week that deadly force was authorized when necessary. This is a former president we're talking about, and this is the lead rival, the top rival to President Joe Biden, which was approved by Attorney General Merrick Garland. Merrick Garland says that he did approve for the deadly force to be used if necessary when going into Mar-a-Lago. Why would deadly force need to be used? It's almost mind-boggling that they thought that they were going into some criminal scene where, you know, President Trump may be armed and would go after the law enforcement officers who came. What were they thinking? I just don't know. But for them to say, if it's necessary, use deadly force, tells you everything that you need to know about the Biden administration, because they will not stop at any limit to bring down President Trump. Again, they authorized deadly force to be used in Mar-a-Lago if necessary when they raided his house. Those documents came out last week. And look, as time goes on and more information comes out on all of these cases in Georgia with Fani, in the Mar-a-Lago boxes hoax, in New York City, all of these cases are phony, they're shams, and as more information comes out, it is proven that they are just that. They're shams. They're phony cases. President Trump has said this from day one. It's all of these left-wing Democrats who want to bring down Trump. They're coming up with fake accusations. And now they're saying, you know what? Not only are we going to have a fake accusation, not only are we going to take a small misdemeanor and turn it into something much larger, we're also going to use deadly force as well. They will stop at nothing. They're evil. They're corrupt. And it has to end, and the American people are fed up. Real quick, I want to take a break real quick and talking about the cases, because I do want to go over the poll numbers looking very good for President Trump coming up here in just a minute. But being a Texas girl, I'm really proud of this company. This is a company that you need for your skin. Whether you're male or female, it doesn't matter. This is a great product that you should have. AnglePaste. It's a miracle cream that everyone is raving about. It transforms your skin naturally. Not only is it made in Spring, Texas, but everything is sourced right here in the USA. AnglePaste also sticks to America first by hiring veterans. That's so great to hear, especially on this Memorial Weekend. They hire veterans. They love our country. They love the people who have fought for our country. Another reason to support AnglePaste and our conservative values with that company. It's like no cream you'll find on the market. Contains 0 chemicals, hydrates your skin without feeling greasy. If you use products that you get in the store, off the store shelves, you know that they can be greasy. Well, this is very healthy, doesn't have all those extra products, so you'll definitely want it. They have so many customers who are happy. They say that they feel younger, they have younger looking skin, fewer wrinkles. That's great to hear. Lightening of age spots. And with summertime here, they say that it even heals your burns and your bruises. So get the Miracle Cream that everyone is raving about, everyone is talking about. The information is on your screen. Go to anglepaste.com, type in RSBN to get 10% off your order. Again, that's anglepaste.com to get 10% off your order. About 20 minutes now from the start of our pre-programming. I'm Vanessa Broussard with Right Side Broadcasting Network. Going to go over some poll numbers with you real quick. Looking good for President Trump in the swing states. We have him winning all of the swing states up in Nevada, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. That's according to interactive polls. Looking good for President Trump, and the numbers are just rising. Well, hello, friend. I want to bring one of my friends here. Tell us your name and where you're from. Let me switch over. Yep.
I don't have
we have like a small space here. Tell us your name and where you're from.
It's pretty simple. I go by the Deep State Marauder, and my name is Ivan Raikin.
Okay.
Good to see you again.
Yes, always a pleasure. So tell us about your company, your group.
No, so I'm just here individually in my individual capacity as the Deep State Marauder, future Secretary of Retribution. And retribution to the 350 plus names that are on my deep state target list that are the same people that weaponized against President Trump during his candidacy on Crossfire Hurricane, that subsequently were the same people that ran the censorship industrial complex that Michael Schellenberger and Taibbi, as well as Mike Benz, is starting to expose here. Same people that went after RFK with his censorship, Tulsi Gabbard, Trump. So I'm basically the guy that's identified each one of these by name, date, place, and transgression down to the pixel level so that we can then create a mechanism to what I like to call castrate the deep state and then crush the commies.
So tell us about your work right now. Like, have you seen a lot accomplished with what you're doing? Do you still have a lot of work to do? Where are you at right now?
There's always a lot of work to do. So last week I felt as though kind of, the plan was initiated where 10 million people actually watched my video on X. And it's making its rounds, it's resonating, and I think after that video went out, because the play involves local county sheriffs, district attorneys, and state AGs. So after I launched that video and it went so viral, I've been getting contacted by state attorneys general, as well as county sheriffs, previous, current, and it's in motion. The other component, the first phase of that, for us to be able to conduct exactly what they did to Roger Stone, General Flynn, Peter Navarro, John Eastman, you know these names, right? As well as Congressman Perry. We need to get to the point where we're conducting live stream swatted raids, just like they did on Roger Stone, to these 350, and then eventually we're going to get to their staff. But the way we have to do is, through a legal, moral, and ethical fashion. They've already set the precedents. So now we take it to the people to apply pressure on knowing who the enemy is, the domestic enemy. Because I spent 25 years as a Green Beret intel officer, as an Army Special Forces officer. And so now we take it to them.
And so tell me about, the what are the people on the ground saying? I'm sure you travel. You were saying earlier off camera that you were at the Mike Lindell event. You go to these events, you meet all of these people. What are the people of America telling you?
So I'll tell you, the last 2 months I've been traveling with General Flynn on his movie tour, just finished up yesterday. And I would say on average we had about 400 people showing up. And the sentiment is that, I would give about a 1 hour briefing on the deep state in detail with the wall. It's a 40-foot wall called the General Flynn was framed evidence wall. And it's the same people going after Trump. Like I said, Trump, RFK through the censorship, Tulsi Gabbard, the libertarians that were censored, everybody, right? So now the response that I'm getting from people is that they are so angry. Like, they're barely able to contain their fury, rage, and anger when they find out who is part of the deep state by name and how they treated General Flynn, and they're just in disgust, and they're clamoring to do something. And we're taking that energy to explain on how they can engage not only with their sheriffs and district's attorney, but also with their state representatives, state house, state senate, to create a mechanism from bottom up, local action having national impact, while the presidential candidates are doing their thing. Whoever ultimately wins the presidency, there will be a overwhelming ground force, if you will, at the local and state level that will support the literal castration of the deep state and crushing of the commies, regardless who becomes the president of the United States. But I still argue that of the major candidates that are going to be running, whether it's the Libertarian Party candidate, the RFK Jr., or President Trump, I still think out of those three, the one person that is in the best position to do exactly that is going to be President Trump.
Oh, absolutely. And so here today, have you just came here today? Were you here all week? Or
I was here yesterday. I literally just flew out of Houston after that last event with General Flynn.
Right.
Came up, was it yesterday? And literally walked off the plane, came for the lunch with, what's his name? Assange's brother was giving a briefing this morning. What was it? RFK was giving a speech. It was basically, I think he had a little less folks than there are currently right now, 40 minutes before President Trump speaks. And then also had breakfast Dr. Peter McCullough. He's obviously at the forefront of exposing the COVID con going back several years.
And let's talk about Dr. Peter McCullough. Big fan of his here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We promote his emergency medical kit. He's worked with President Trump. He saw what happened during the pandemic. He was here this week, today, in fact, and yesterday. What was his speech like?
No, his speech was fantastic. And matter of fact, I want to see if it was recorded because it was so impactful and powerful. He gave an entire historical perspective going back 100 and 150 years of vaccines in the United States on how literally they have not been safe and effective from the get-go, and showing that level of corruption, induced, coerced corruption, that really only culminated in this last arc of history with the next phase of that induced, coerced, forced consumption of products that are not safe and nor effective. And he didn't really go into the FDA not being approved. He really went into the safety and lack of efficacy of those products, but melding it into that historical context, which I thought was so clearly articulated. And it was about an hour presentation that he did during the course of that breakfast. I have a lot of respect for him because he never backed off, never backed down. And to be honest, because I had been following it so closely as a critical thinker myself, my last 3.5 years kind of in the government service, if you will, was teaching intelligence analysis and critical thinking at the Defense Intelligence Agency at their premier kind of intel analysis program. So when I saw what he was putting together, and when I found out before he went on Joe Rogan that he was going to go on Joe Rogan, I said, it's game over. Once he gets onto a platform with enough reach, that's when the country is going to finally reverse from the censorship industrial complex of the Brian Auten, the Laura Demlos, the Elvis Chan, the Joe Pientkas, the Jim Baker over at Twitter 1.0. And again, I know the names of every single one of these censorship industrial complex scum. And so if you want to learn more by name, date, place, and transgression, down to literally the pixel level, you can follow my work on any free speech platform.
All right, are you on Truth?
I am. So I like to always look at my business card. It only has the free speech platforms: X, Rumble, Telegram, Gab, Getter, Locals, Truth, and Substack.
Spell your last name for everyone who is watching right now.
Sure, it's Raiklin.
Okay, I wanted to get that first I in there to make sure that
Yes,
Yes,
Raiklin.
Raiklin. Make sure that you follow him, follow what he's doing great things for our country. And I love how you mentioned it starts also, we hear about what's happening on the presidential level, but the censorship is happening on the ground for the everyday Americans as well.
I'm trying to create a mechanism by coordinating and motivating folks nationally so that, I mean, let's face it, a president can only do so much. If we're all waiting on President Trump to do everything for us, he's not going to be able to do anything because it requires an entire mass amount of people that are motivated to go after these permanent bureaucrats in Washington that are completely treasonous scum. So when the country in the collective understands who they are, then the national discourse creates the mechanism to where these people cannot walk outside of their home without their friends, family, relatives, and neighbors literally coming up to them and telling them how much they despise them. And then that creates the national jury pool so that when the evidence comes out with the mother of all Twitter files, stand by, to showcase their treasonous communications on Twitter DMs that can then be applied to the local jurisdiction sheriff that has the readiness, willing, and able-bodied deputized posse to go ahead and conduct that live stream swatted raid to start picking off those individuals that conducted that treasonous, seditious activity, from spying on Trump to violating our First, Fourth, and Fifth Amendment rights. And that's how we create consequences as the Secretary of Retribution.
Yeah. And that's how it starts, is everybody at home has to work together. And I think America is fed up enough, Ivan, that they, yes. Real quick, you brought your little buddy with you today.
Oh, yeah.
He's videoing.
Jump in?
Yeah, come here real quick. We're having a good time. He's been videoing in the back. His little assistant. Who do we have here? What's your name?
Gregory. My name is Gregory.
Gregory, and you followed your dad around?
Yeah. I'm giving out business cards and helping him record.
All right. Well, I love to see it because it's the kids who are the future of America, and when they come to these events and they learn about our government and the future.
He's on camera.
Oh, yeah. I noticed. You were having fun. Yeah. Yes, yeah. Lots of time to practice. I think you want to say something.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. Well, thanks for being dads.
Brilliant.
Make America great again.
There you go. That's a great slogan. Love it. One of my favorites. All right. I mean, so good to see you. Yes. We'll be in contact soon. Don't forget your phone.
Yep, I got it.
Your assistant's phone. All right. So there you have it. One of the many people here today fighting for a better America. And Ivan has done great work and making sure that we aren't censored and our First Amendment rights are protected. I'm going to step out of the way to tell you about Tax Network USA. That is Tax Network USA. If you're struggling with back taxes or just, filed for an extension on your taxes and just haven't gotten started yet, that's okay. That's where Tax Network USA comes in. These experts are in every state, and they can help you in every state. So no matter where you live, there are people who are willing to help. So contact that 1-800 number on your screen or the website on your screen, Tax Network USA. If you're struggling with back taxes or unfiled returns, did you know that IRS is escalating collections, adding 20,000 new agents and sending over 5 million collection letters to kick off 2024? It's challenging times, so your best defense is Tax Network USA. Don't let the IRS scare you. Don't let them take advantage of you. Tax Network USA has over 14 years of experience, and get this, they have saved their clients over $1 billion in back taxes. So no matter the size of your issue, their expertise is your advantage. They specialize actually in negotiating with the IRS, aiming to significantly reduce your debt. Tax Network USA doesn't just negotiate, though. They also protect your assets from IRS seizures. They manage your yearly returns for ongoing compliance. Like I just mentioned in the beginning, they are licensed in every state. So no matter where you live, they can help you. Regardless of where you live, they can handle all of your tax issues. The clock is ticking. Don't wait as the IRS steps up its game. Seize control of your financial future right now. Contact Tax Network USA for immediate relief, expert guidance. Again, that information's on your screen. There's that 1-800 number. It's 1-800-357-1415. That's 1-800-357-1415. Or you can visit the website on your screen. That's tnusa.com/RSBN. tnusa.com/RSBN.
Turn to Tax Network USA. Find your path to financial peace of mind, and they can definitely help you out. Just minutes away from the program beginning here at the top of the hour at the Libertarian National Convention in Washington, D.C. I'm Vanessa Broussard with Right Side Broadcasting Network. Always a pleasure to join you as we near Election Day 2024, a day we've been waiting for a very long time. And if you're counting down like I'm counting down, you will know we are 164 days away from the November elections. 164 days until we choose a new president. President Trump not only coming into the swamp of D.C., he's coming in to speak to a party that may have some different views from the Republican Party. That's the Libertarian Party, of course. That's where we're at, their national convention. RFK Jr. spoke yesterday. Vivek Ramaswamy spoke yesterday as well. If you're familiar with the Libertarian Party, they are a strong third party, hoping to get a president in that aligns better with their views, and we're expected to hear that from President Trump tonight, what he has done for this country that aligns with the libertarian voter. There are over 700,000 registered libertarian voters in the USA. Over 120 libertarians have been elected to office, and we spoke to some voters here just before we went live on air, and they said we'd be happy if President Trump just put a libertarian in his cabinet or in his administration, just so we know that we have a voice. So they just want to be heard. This is a party that came about in the 1970s. They want their voices heard. They want to have someone in the Libertarian Party representing them in Washington, D.C. So we'll hear from President Trump today, see what he has to say. RFK Jr. had asked for President Trump to debate him. That obviously did not happen this weekend and will not happen this weekend. RFK Jr. also, if you're just now joining us, passed out some rubber chickens to the crowd yesterday that squeak when you push the chicken, squeeze the chicken. He had asked them to heckle President Trump with these chickens, but Secret Service would not allow that in today. We do see, which is a good sign, we do see a lot of MAGA hats. This is a small room, very quaint room, personal room, not a big, huge venue of sorts that we're used to seeing President Trump speak in. His MAGA rallies, his MAGA speeches, his MAGA dinners, where they can hold tens of thousands of people. This room can hold several hundred people. President Trump expected to speak in about 2 hours. The program expected to begin at the top of the hour. And people are already coming in, a lot of them wearing MAGA hats as they wait for President Trump. As we head into what's about to be a very busy summer, we're expecting President Trump to really hit the campaign trail hard after that bogus trial going on in New York City, which is clearly keeping him off the campaign trail. We're expecting him to have a busy summer, and we want you to stick with Right Side Broadcasting Network all the way through. Make sure you are signed up for our newsletter at RSBNetwork.com. Make sure you're also following us on Truth Social. We're on X. We are on Instagram. We're on Facebook. And if you would like to do so, we encourage you to go to RSBNetwork.com and not only sign up for our newsletter, but also donate if you can. We thank some of our there are people out there. If you are a monthly if you donate monthly to RSBN to keep us on the campaign trail, we appreciate you so much. Thank you for donating. If you're a one-time donor, thank you. Please donate if you can. Every donation helps to keep us on the campaign trail with President Trump. Also, I'm on X and Truth Social and also Instagram. So if you want to give me a follow, please do. Love hearing from all of you. And I've connected with so many people just in the last couple of weeks really seen a lot of people come out in full force on social media contacting me. So nice to meet all of you. Thanks for contacting me. Hope to meet a lot of you here in the near future on social media as well. On Truth Social, my handle is @Vanessa, just my first name, @Vanessa. That's on Truth, President Trump's social media platform. If you head over to Instagram, it's Vanessa Broussard News. And if you are on X, it's Vanessa B News. So, yeah, let's connect. Follow me and RSBN on social media as we head into what's going to be a busy summer. We want to remind you also before this program begins, invest your future with the Birch Gold Group. We highly recommend the Birch Gold Group. Amazing people over there, experts over there who can transform your IRAs and your 401ks and just roll everything over to better save for your future. Invest in the Birch Gold Group. Very easy to do. All you have to do is text the word Trump to 989898 and someone will contact you. There's a very common sense reason that gold is pushing to all-time highs right now. Several reasons. The cost of goods continue to rise despite interest rate controls by the Fed. The national debt continues to skyrocket. Right now, we're over $34 trillion, causing many to worry when the house of cards will come crashing down. Also, as you know, it's a presidential election year that will have massive implications on the future of this country. All of the odds, they add up to instability and uncertainty, and that is why so many Americans are turning to the Birch Gold Group. So many satisfied customers. If you have not diversified your savings yet, now is the time to do so. Secure a portion of them with gold from Birch Gold. Again, text the word Trump to 989898. Get your free information kit. You'll learn how to convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. And it doesn't cost you a penny out of pocket. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Tens of thousands of happy customers. The Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898 to claim your free information kit. Protect your savings from uncertainty today. All right, 2 minutes from the top of the hour as more people start coming in to the Libertarian National Convention. Day 3, it started on Thursday. They had speeches all throughout the day on Thursday, Friday, today, and then they'll close and conclude their conference tomorrow. This is the first time in about 50 years that a major party presidential candidate has spoken at the Libertarian National Convention, so this is very historic, and we're eager to see what's going to take place tonight because these people are very vocal about their party. They are very invested in their party, and it looks like that the pre-program is about to begin.
We are at the Libertarian National Convention. I want to thank all of you who are delegates who have been here all weekend so far. We still have another day of business. And it's been a lot of fun. And what's happening right now is that fun/shit show is continuing. So here was the arrangement, and this is the convention that I planned with the help of the convention committee, and I'm so grateful for the DJ2 team that stepped in to also help make this part possible. What I want is for the delegates who attended this convention and paid thousands of dollars to travel across the country to have the reserved seats that I promised them. Now, those of you who are Donald Trump supporters, I think what I would like to see tonight is for us to all get along and come to an understanding and find areas of agreement, even if we don't agree to vote for the same person. I want us to have some camaraderie and good spirit and kinship in here, because I know that we all want to do things like in the Federal Reserve. We hate corruption in government. We don't like who's sitting in the White House right now or being propped up on life support, whatever it is. We should focus on our areas of agreement. I would also really appreciate if our delegates could have a seat where they can see the stage, because they came thousands of miles to this and it's what was promised. And so if some of you could share some of your seating with them, it would be great. And then I don't have to come down there like in a dress and, you know, flats, thankfully not heels, and like get in a chair fight. Because that is, I am the chair of the party, but that is like so ugly. I don't want to like fight with people or beg and plead. Like, let's just make room for the delegates, because those are the people you're trying to persuade right now, right? Like, you're already sold. Our delegates are not sold. And President Trump is here to try to sell them and talk to their concerns. So we want to make sure they're heard. So let's take like 5 or 10 minutes to try to sort it out so I don't have to have security get involved. First 4 rows plus tables. First 4 rows plus tables. Tables had reserve signs on them too. Let's start with the first 4 and see what progress we can make. We're going to start.
All right, welcome back. I'm Vanessa Broussard. As they move around, as you just heard, and everyone finds their respective seats, we'll go ahead and prepare for it tonight. We want to thank our viewers who are watching right now, all of you who are writing in and starting to follow us now after I gave out social media handles. Thanks for all of the new followers. I want to show you something so cute, real quick. This is from Michaela Spear, a viewer of Right Side Broadcasting Network. Watching today from North Carolina. This is her baby girl. You see a dog here. But she named her dog after Melania Trump. This little cutie, her name is Melania. Love it. Thanks for sending that in. I actually have a friend at home who had a dog named after Melania Trump too, named Melania. So seems to be the trend, but very cute summer photo that is, of Miss Melania from North Carolina. Michaela, thanks for sending in. If you have any comments or pictures you want to send in that are interesting like Melania's, send those in to Right Side and we'll make sure we get those on for you. All right, again, we are waiting for the program to start, the pre-program. President Trump is expected to start tonight at 8 o'clock here at the Libertarian National Convention. The program before him is supposed to kick off any minute now, but we're having some trouble with seating. And so once we get that organized, we'll definitely go to the program. A minute ago about censorship in America, I briefly hit on the latest poll numbers coming in from interactive polls. It looks like President Trump is winning in all swing states and continues to do so. Going into those more specifically now, in Nevada, he is up 6.7 points. In North Carolina, he is up 6.3 points. In Georgia, he is up 5.6 points. In Arizona, 4.7. Pennsylvania, 2.1. Wisconsin, 1.6. And Michigan, 0.8. If you look at those swing states and you go to the electoral count, that has President Trump beating Joe Biden 312 to 226. Right now, again, President Trump winning in all swing states, according to interactive polls. If you look at the numbers for the recession, 55% of Americans believe the U.S. economy is shrinking.
We are pulling more chairs.
56% say the U.S. is in a recession, and 58% of Americans blame Biden for that. This is a clear indication that Bidenomics is not working, and Americans know that. Prices are up 20%. Real wages are down 4.4%. It's hard to buy food. It's hard to find a place to live. Americans just can't afford to survive. Biden's approval ratings decline. They're plummeting. This is the lowest level on record, 36% approval rating. Only 36% of Americans approve of him. So many approve of Trump's policies. When it comes to going up against Biden's policies, the majority approve and want President Trump's policies. More on those polls here in just a little bit, but looking good right now for President Trump. Joe Biden continues to decline, doing terrible in the polls. Obviously, with a big rally in the Bronx this past week, President Trump is showing that what we're seeing in the polls when it comes to the African American community are just that. They showed up in droves to the Bronx. His numbers are increasing with the African American community. Biden's numbers are declining when it comes to the African American community, and they're almost in a lose-lose situation right now, in a panic mode over in the Biden administration, because they are really depending on those votes to help him in the November election. But he's declining when it comes to the African American community, and he's also declining when it comes to the everyday Americans. They are sick of Bidenomics. They're sick of our immigration policies, which have just gone through the roof when it comes to the number of illegal aliens crossing our borders. Our country isn't safe. Our communities aren't safe. And the American people are showing it in the polls. They're showing it in these events and these rallies that they want another President Trump presidency. Two big things happened last week I want to tell you about real quick before we start the programming. History in the making when it comes to President Trump, when it comes to campaign donations. If you missed it, in case you missed it, he is now America's first Bitcoin president, the first major party candidate to embrace cryptocurrency for campaign donations. And also, real quick, before they begin, we want you to make sure that you join something that just launched late last week. It's called the Palm Beach Playbook. This is from the Trump campaign. It's a daily newsletter with honesty and transparency and truth. You'll get it every day at the end of the day. It's called the Palm Beach Playbook. This is brand new, a daily newsletter from the Trump team where you'll get news of what has happened that day. It's true news with full transparency. You can get the Palm Beach Playbook. Sign up your email address for that on DonaldJTrump.com. So go to his website, DonaldJTrump.com. Make sure you sign up for the Palm Beach Playbook. Let's get those numbers sky high for President Trump and his newsletter that was just launched a couple of days ago. The Palm Beach Playbook. It was great to see that. Love looking at it every night. Was even reading up on it today before I came down to this ballroom for President Trump's speech tonight. Palm Beach Playbook. Make sure you sign up for that. Upcoming dates to sign up for, and make sure you put on your calendars. Two debates agreed upon for President Trump and Joe Biden. June 27th is the first presidential debate. That'll be on CNN. And then September 10th, ABC is hosting that debate. So we have June 27th and September 10th. Also, make note of this. RNC National Convention will be in Milwaukee on July 15th through July 18th. That's a Monday through Thursday. Make sure you stick with Right Side Broadcasting Network for that coverage as well. That's July 15th through July 18th, a Monday through Thursday. That's when the RNC will officially nominate Donald J. Trump for president. Again, we're 164 days away to Election Day. All right, so it looks like we're still waiting on these people to move around so we can get seated and get the program started here at the Libertarian National Convention here in Washington, D.C. Vanessa Broussard with Right Side Broadcasting Network. So good to see you here. So good to be here for this historic day, the first time in 50 years that a presidential candidate from a major party has spoken at the Libertarian National Convention. The organization has worked hard for this day to happen. President Trump agreed to come. They also sent out an invitation to Joe Biden, who is not going to come. And they will hear from President Trump tonight. Now, the Libertarians are very tight when it comes to their party. They love their party. They love their views. They love their policies. So to hear President Trump tonight, they want to hear how he can best serve the Libertarian Party. A lot of MAGA hats here as we await for President Trump to take the stage, which will be in less than 2 hours, but the pre-program should be starting any minute now. It was supposed to begin at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock, but we have some seating issues that they are trying to get figured out right now. But we are painting the crowd so you can see it. That's what we do here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Continue to write in the comments. Let us know what you feel about President Trump speaking here tonight, where you're watching from, and what you're looking forward to the most as we head into November. We also want to wish you all a well Memorial Weekend. I don't like to say Happy Memorial Weekend or Happy Memorial Day because it's the weekend and the day that we honor the fallen. As you know, right here in Washington, D.C., we're right at the back door of Arlington National Cemetery. I've visited there many a times. My brother was a tomb guard at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, and every time you walk onto the grounds of Arlington National Cemetery, you can just feel it in your soul, the sadness, the sorrow, but you're also thankful for all of the brave men and women who are buried there for their service, because it's because of them that we live in this wonderful nation that we call home. And so it's this weekend that we remember those who lost their lives fighting for our freedom, remembering the fallen on this Memorial Weekend. We're at the D.C. Hilton for third-party vote is what this crowd is hoping to see more of, the Libertarian National Convention. If you're just now joining us, welcome. Good to see you. Vivek Ramaswamy spoke yesterday. RFK Jr. spoke yesterday as well. Kind of encouraged the crowd to heckle President Trump when he came on stage today, passing out rubber chickens that squeak, but those were not allowed in today. We just don't know what tonight will entail, because some of these libertarians are so strong on wanting to keep a libertarian candidate on the ballot and put a libertarian president in office, but others are open to hear from a Republican candidate on how he can best fulfill the needs of the Libertarian Party. So it's a mixed crowd. They're a very vocal crowd. So anything can happen tonight. Stay tuned. Don't miss it. You're going to watch it live right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. The Trump campaign says President Trump's speech will be greeted and geared toward policies of libertarians. That's anti-war, education reform. There are 742,000 registered libertarian voters in America, which plays a huge role in this upcoming election. And this year, in 2024, there are 178 elected libertarians in office. These libertarians here today say they just hope to see a libertarian in a Trump administration. We're coming off the heels of that big, huge Bronx rally last week. Now, when President Trump comes out on this stage here momentarily, this won't be him coming out to the MAGA crowd, the MAGA movement, the tens of thousands of people screaming and cheering with their phones out, waiting to get a glimpse of a man who they miss in office and want in office so bad. He is walking onto a stage of a very vocal Libertarian Party, not the Republican Party. So keep that in mind when President Trump is on stage tonight. And I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to forewarn you here. If there's a heckler, if someone boos, if someone yells out anything negative or derogatory towards President Trump, I am calling it now that the mainstream media is going to run with it, and they're going to post it all over their pages, and they're going to plaster it all over the news as breaking news, and it will air over and over and over again. They are going to have a field day with it, so they're all here. I have never seen a line as long as I saw today on Media Row for people trying to get in as I saw today. They are hoping for it. I'm telling you right now, they are. And watch. There can be 300 people in this room, but one will heckle, and that's what they're going to run with. But we'll see what happens. That's just my take on what I'm predicting tonight. We are going off the hills, coming off the hills of the Bronx rally just last week. Big fun rally. A lot of Trump supporters of all backgrounds showing up from not just the Bronx, but Queens, Brooklyn, other states, diverse groups. That was in AOC's backyard. She didn't like that at all. She didn't like it at all. In fact, it was raining the morning of President Trump's rally, and she posted on X, "God is good." Well, let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. He is good. And the skies cleared in that afternoon, and the rain was gone for President Trump to take the stage. So she spoke a little, she was right. Of course she's right that God is good, but she said it mocking as the rain came down that morning. But the skies cleared, and the sun came out, and the people had a really good time there in the Bronx. In case you missed it, very interesting exchange between Marjorie Taylor Greene and AOC and the House Judiciary Committee last week. So it wasn't a good week for AOC, going up against Marjorie Taylor Greene and then having that big MAGA rally in her backyard of the Bronx. People at the Bronx at the rally say they are done with AOC. They don't want AOC. She needs to move on. She needs to find another career and go about her ways. So interesting to see these deep blue cities, these deep blue states really coming around and figuring it out that the party who claims to be for them, which is the Democrat Party, isn't necessarily doing what they say that they are going to do. Great news I'm seeing here as people start moving around and finding their seats. There are so many people here. They're bringing in more chairs. This is going to be a standing room only crowd, I can tell you right now. They're having to bring in more chairs. You heard my guest earlier, Ivan, say that he watched RFK Jr. just yesterday, and the room wasn't even filled, but it's already filled for President Trump tonight. And they're having to bring in more people. But, of course, they are, because this is a smaller room. And as you know, anywhere President Trump goes, he brings in people by the thousands. And this room is going to be filled to capacity as much as they can allow by law. The Trump hush money case going on next week. We'll be witnessing some closing arguments from the prosecution and the defense. The defense goes first, then the prosecution, then the jury will head into deliberations. They may have some questions. They will be able to look at all of the evidence that has been presented in this trial. Two people who are known liars were the prosecution's key witnesses. Stormy Daniels, a former porn star who says she did have an extramarital affair, then she came back and said she didn't, and then she came back and said she did. So I'm not sure if she even knows what she's doing or not doing, or what she's done and not done, because she doesn't even know, because her story changes so much. But on the stand, she said she did have an extramarital affair. So that's her story this month. Then we have Michael Cohen, who is a convicted liar who admitted on the stand that he stole tens of thousands of dollars from the Trump organization. So again, the jury saw that he's also a liar. But they'll take all of that into consideration in the jury deliberation room and come back with a verdict. If just one juror disagrees with the rest of the jury, there's a 12-person juror. If just one person disagrees, it is then considered a hung jury, and a mistrial will take place. Now remember, the jury decides if President Trump is guilty or not guilty. If found guilty, then the judge is over the sentencing. A judge whose daughter works with Democrat candidates and lawmakers, ties to the Democrat Party. Seems a little unfair, right? So we'll see what happens there. Make sure you follow Right Side Broadcasting next week, as it's going to be a very interesting week in court. All right, we're going to pan the crowd, listen in, as we wait for the pre-programming to start. I'm Vanessa Broussard with Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're live at the Libertarian National Convention as we await for President Trump to make a historic night, 50 years since a major party candidate for president has taken the stage at the Libertarian National Convention. They've worked hard for this night, and it's taking place here momentarily. A lot of excitement and eagerness ahead. Stay with us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network as we pan the crowd. We'll be right back.
Good evening, everybody. I would like to extend an olive branch extended from the non-aggression principle. I'd like to make sure everybody has the right to free speech. Everybody. I don't want to see a militarized, politicized, dogmatized, and utterly hypnotized secret service, secret security state insanity with the CIA, the FBI, the NSA, and the whole slew of them. Now, none of us are great fans of Donald Trump. I mean, Donald is never mind. But listen, we have a lot to teach Donald Trump. We don't know if he has any capacity to learn. We must give the benefit of the doubt in all cases. And I think that Donald Trump is, if nothing else, a great source of humor. In any case, we have major differences with him in terms of policies, in terms of the basic premises of libertarianism, which he violated during the COVID regime. Which he exacerbated through Operation Warp Speed. Which he continues to complain about and suggests that he just didn't get enough credit for the vaccine. Now listen, we don't know all the forces, the deep state forces acting upon a person who stands as the President of the United States.
Should have taken the bullet.
Wow. Operation Warp Speed. I don't condone any violations of the non-aggression principle. So I have some more things to say, please. First of all, we must demand the release of Ross Ulbricht. And we demand the pardon of Julian Assange and Edward Snowden. And we don't want to build a new building for the FBI. We want to abolish it. I'm going to leave you with this. What time is it? It's time to wreck the regime!
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Libertarian Party Vice Presidential candidate Clint Russell.
What a weekend, huh? Let's hear it for Angela McArdle for making this all happen. Hands down, the most monumental weekend in Libertarian Party history, and I don't think it's even close, and it's not even halfway done yet. Man, Rick got off to a rough start, but I think he recovered all right. Thank you for chanting. Look, the reason I'm involved with this party is because I recognized a few years ago, actually right during the last year of Donald Trump's presidency, that this country was on a unsustainable trajectory, that our liberties were evaporating, and that there was very little fight to stop that process. We'll chant that in a little bit. $35 trillion in debt, $1 trillion plus in interest alone. We are the largest economy in human history with the largest debt in human history, and we will pay more in interest alone than on our national defense over the next 12 months. That's not America first. That's not make America great again, and it needs to be resolved. It needs courage to do so. It needs people with a willingness to risk something. We're going to find out if Donald Trump is that man or not. That's fair. This is a pretty tough room, Trump, and I just wanted to give you a quick little cheat sheet. Yes, free Ross. Yes, free Roger Ver. Free Julian Assange. Free Edward Snowden. And then when you're done with that, balance the fucking budget. Bring our troops home. End the wars. No more proxy wars. No more. Peace, prosperity. That is the future for America. That is what we need, and that is what we demand. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Libertarian Party member Dave Smith.
Thank you, guys. What's up, Libertarian Party National Convention? How are we feeling? Listen, this is cool. Yeah, no, it is. And you know what? Okay, listen. There's broadly speaking, I think, two groups of people here. Okay? No, but I'm serious. There are members of the Libertarian Party, and there are people who came here to support Donald Trump. Listen, I have a message for both of you individually. I hear you. To the members of the Libertarian Party, which I am also one. Guys, listen, here's my message to the libertarians here. The former president of the United States of America and the current frontrunner to be the next president is here to talk to you. We are not a bunch of college leftist sissies. We believe in free speech. So be respectful. I'm not telling you you have to agree with him, and I'm not telling you you have to cheer for him. But we're not having like Jordan Peterson at Berkeley event here. And the message we're sending to the world is not that we can't handle ideas that we disagree with. We are libertarians. We are constantly surrounded by ideas that we disagree with. We're in Washington, D.C., for God's sake. And here's my message to the Donald Trump supporters who are here. You came to the Libertarian Party National Convention, and we're libertarians around these parts. So let me tell you a little bit about what we believe in case you're not sure. Here's what we believe. Donald Trump, as President of the United States of America, was framed for treason by his own deep state. And those people belong in jail. It is an absolute crime against our nation that the intelligence agencies that supposedly work for the president would dare frame a presidential candidate. But they crossed a whole nother line when they framed the sitting commander-in-chief. And not one of them has paid for that. And that is unacceptable. Around these parts, we are truly America first. We believe in no foreign adventurism. We are strict non-interventionists. The proxy wars of choice following 20 years of disastrous terror wars in Ukraine and in Israel are absolutely inexcusable, and America should have no part of either of them. We are $34 trillion in debt. Hey, to the Trump supporters, you guys remember the day after the election when it was totally unclear what happened? And you remember how Donald Trump bent over backwards for years to give Benjamin Netanyahu everything he wanted? And then remember how Benjamin Netanyahu congratulated Joe Biden that next morning? Do you really want to fund that guy unconditionally? Just saying. Furthermore, we also want to drain the swamp. But here's what we recognize, and tell me if you think we're right or we're wrong. As long as you have a centralized government in Washington, D.C., spending $6+ trillion a year, which they hand out to politically connected cronies, you will never drain the swamp. The only way to drain the swamp is to cut government spending drastically. Around here, we believe in sound money. Printing trillions of dollars a year has debased our currency, and it's made life miserable for working and middle-class Americans, while that same wealth is transferred to the wealthy and the politically connected. Abolish the Federal Reserve and reinstitute sound money. Oh man, you guys all might get deported by the end of this show. And listen, and in addition to all of that, if you want to get serious about making America great again, why is it that we want to make America great again? I am a father of 2 little children. That's my primary reason for wanting this country to be great, because that's where my kids are going to grow up. Well, currently, what we've done is we're handing the next generation $34+ trillion in debt, and that is absolutely unacceptable. Everybody who loves this country needs to know that we cannot keep racking up debt like this. We have our own problems. No more giving money to the rest of the world. No more debasing our currency and printing money. You start talking like that, and let me tell you something, libertarians are listening. Please be respectful when Donald Trump is out here. That doesn't mean you have to agree with him. That doesn't mean you have to vote for him. Listen to what he says. Have an honest reaction. Trump supporters who are here, please listen to what some of the grievances these libertarians have, because I actually think there's not that much daylight between a lot of us. And I think a lot of us really want what's best for this country. Thank you guys very much. Enjoy the rest of your night. Thank you.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
And grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale, and here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
to the Libertarian National Convention. I'm Vanessa Broussard with Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's a pleasure to be here with you in Washington, D.C. for this historic night where President Trump will be speaking here within the hour in front of a crowd where a Republican or Democrat presidential candidate hasn't spoken in 50 years. The last time this happened was 50 years ago, and the Libertarian Party has been fighting for a presidential candidate from one of the two major parties to come speak, and President Trump has agreed to do so this year. So it's a very important night for them. They're very excited about it. And as you can see, if you didn't know already, the Libertarian Party is very vocal. They're very energetic. So we're excited to see what's going to take place tonight when President Trump takes the stage. Now, in the front of the audience, those are the undecided voters. Those are your true libertarians who want to hear from President Trump and hear what his policies are and how they can better benefit the Libertarian Party. In the back are the voters who have already decided that they will vote for President Trump. They have their MAGA hats on, and they are also very vocal, screaming Trump's name and Trump 2024. So it's going to be a back and forth case scenario this evening when President Trump talks about his policies. And if you hear some boos, it's not necessarily toward President Trump. It's because of maybe a policy someone doesn't like. But for the most part, for the main part, most of these people want to hear from President Trump and are excited to see him, and they really want a more strict libertarian voice in the government. Now, right now, there's over 100 libertarian elected offices in America, but the libertarians here tell me that they want somebody in the Trump administration to be libertarian so that they feel that they have a voice during the next 4 years. So that would be very historic for them, for this organization who came about in 1971, to hear that they have a voice in the next administration. So that's really what they're wanting here, is not necessarily a libertarian candidate, because they know that their work is cut out for them in that case, because they are a third party group. But when it comes to President Trump, they like him. They like his policies. They like what what President Trump has done for them in his first term. And so they're wanting to hear more about the wars going on and how President Trump is anti-war and how they want to bring our troops home safe and sound, especially on this Memorial weekend. They want our troops to come home. They also want to hear about education reform. And so a lot of their policies align with the conservative values, but they want to, again, hear more from President Trump about what he can do for the Libertarian Party, and hopefully, in their words, put a libertarian in his cabinet or maybe in his administration so they can have a go-to person to hear their concerns during the next 4 years. Now, behind me, you will see some signs, a lot of signs actually, that say Free Ross. And you may be thinking, what does that mean? Well, Ross is a young man who was sent to prison in 2013. His name is Ross Ulbright. He went to the University of Texas, and then he got his master's degree from another university. And he was really open and all about e-commerce and the free market. And he developed a website for e-commerce, and he created this anonymous e-commerce website where people could go and sell and trade items. But that was not necessarily just the only thing that was going on this website. People were actually proposed to be doing drugs, selling drugs. That's what the accusations were when he went to trial. Now, even though Ross said that he had no idea that this was going on or who was behind this, this was an anonymous website that people could go on and trade. And even though this illegal activity may have been going on, that he was not behind this at all. Now, he was sentenced in 2013, and it wasn't just a sentence of maybe 10 years or 15 years. He has been sentenced to 2 life sentences without parole. He has been in jail since 2013. They say that this is unjust. That's what the people here believe, that this is unjust. He didn't do any crime that did bodily injury or harm. He didn't murder. He didn't rape. He created a website that he felt could, just boost technology and become an e-commerce website where you can anonymously buy and trade. And although there was these illegal activities going on, he was sent to prison because of these illegal activities that were going on that he claims he did not know anything about. In prison, he has had wonderful character, has given no problems. So they're fighting for Ross here tonight. They're saying he needs to be freed. He may have made a mistake, that he was young, just out of college, and that he created this website where he wanted to let people buy and trade online. Illegal activity was going on, and he was sentenced to 2 life sentences in prison. And so that's what those free Ross signs are behind me. To read more about Ross's story, you can go to the Libertarian website. There is a website where you can go to on there. So you click the link. There is another website you can go to, and you can sign a petition to free Ross from prison. Again, that's the Libertarian website. Click the link to another website that it'll direct you to. That is a link to sign the petition to free Ross. So that's the story behind the free Ross signs behind me. You'll see a lot of those up tonight from this Libertarian crowd. President Trump, his team just putting on Truth Social just minutes ago that he is en route on Trump Force One to Washington, D.C. from New York City. So he is on his way and should be here any minute to talk to this very enthusiastic crowd of libertarians. And to be honest with you, this is my first Libertarian National Convention, and it's very interesting to see these people and hear their beliefs and talk to them, and love to see that even though they may not have the same values of a Republican, the exact same. Now, they have a lot of the same values, so don't get that mixed up. But some of their values and their beliefs and their policies are different. And just to see how they just cheer for what they believe in. They're very vocal. They're very into what they believe. And that's okay. That's what makes America great, is because they have the right to believe what they want, and they have a right to come here and voice their opinions, just like President Trump has a right to come up on the stage. And you heard the man on the stage earlier that says he is the former president. We are going to respect him. We are not going to act like a bunch of college kids who we're going to just scream and holler and rant and rave because we disagree with one of his policies. So show respect. But that's what's so great about America, is because we all have the right to believe what we want. But again, the Republicans and the Libertarians have a lot of the similar policies. So we'll be eager and just waiting to see what President Trump will be speaking tonight about. 30 minutes from now, we're expecting him to take the stage. Looking good in the poll numbers. Last poll numbers I looked at just late this evening comes from Interactive Polls. President Trump leading in all of the swing states. I'm going to go over those numbers with you because we love to see them. Starting with Nevada, he is up 6.7 points over Joe Biden. Moving over to North Carolina, where he's up 6.3 points. Georgia, 5.6 points. In Arizona, President Trump is up 4.7 points over Joe Biden. Pennsylvania, 2.1. Wisconsin, 1.6. And Michigan, 0.8. So he's doing very well in the swing states. Love to see it. So what does that mean if he were to sweep all of the swing states? Well, if you look at the Electoral College, how it stands, to sweep all of the swing states, this is what could be the final results on election night. Trump with 312 electoral votes and Joe Biden with 226 electoral votes. But those are not the only poll numbers that are coming in. Not looking good for Joe Biden when it comes to his overall performance. His approval rating is continuing to decline. People are fed up. They're sick of him. They're sick of his administration. They're sick of this country that we're living in. So those numbers continue to drop. And the latest numbers from the recession, looking at what is going on there, shows that 55% of Americans believe the U.S. economy is shrinking. 55%. That's a majority of Americans. 56% say the U.S. is in a recession, and 58% blame Biden. Of course, who else is to blame? Because Bidenomics is not working. People can't afford to live. People cannot afford to buy houses. They can't afford their rent. They can't afford groceries. They can't afford gasoline. I just read an article the other day where more and more millennials are moving home with their parents because they can't afford apartments and they can't afford housing. So kids are graduating college and moving home with mom and dad. They just can't afford to live, and mom and dad can't afford to support their kids anymore after college. So if you look at the numbers, the prices of your food, and your gas and just everyday living is up 20%. Real wages are down 4.4%. So again, hard to live in this kind of economy, showing that Bidenomics is not working. Going back to Biden's approval rating is more of a disapproval rating, the lowest level yet for Joe Biden, 36% approval rating. That is very low, extremely low, the worst yet for Joe Biden, 36% approval rating. That means that his administration is in panic mode tonight as we are just over 160 days away from Election Day, and with a 36% approval rating, that's not looking good for Joe Biden. Also, combine that with President Trump leading in the swing states. You know, tonight they are in panic mode, especially with President Trump coming here to Washington, D.C., where Joe Biden is already napping this evening. The people say in the polls that they prefer President Trump's policies compared to Joe Biden's policies. Now, again, tonight here at the Libertarian National Convention, you're going to hear a mixed crowd, and that's okay. President Trump is not walking into his usual MAGA crowd, the tens of thousands of people in the Bronx and in New Jersey a couple of weeks ago who are ready to change and ready to make a difference and ready to save America. The Libertarians want to save America as well, and they're tired of the Biden policies, but they just want to hear from President Trump about what he will do that best fits with their policies in the Libertarian Party. I do want to remind you, I mentioned this earlier, but if you're just joining us because President Trump should be taking the stage in about 30 minutes, I want to tell you about something really cool that the Trump campaign just put out last week. Make sure you go to DonaldJTrump.com and sign up for the Palm Beach Playbook. That is a brand new, just launched 3 days ago. That is a brand new newsletter that comes out every single night to your email. And what that gives is transparency and truth. News that you can find from Right Side Broadcasting Network. And now the Trump campaign is putting it out every night. So you can get our newsletter from RSBNetwork.com. Sign up for our newsletter for truth and transparency. And now from the Trump campaign, you can also get truth and transparency from the Palm Beach Playbook. That is on DonaldJTrump.com. You type in your email address, and every single night you'll get the news that you can use, that you know that is the truth, what's really going on in America, and what you won't see on the fake news. All right, I'm going to step out of the way for just a second so you can take a look behind me and see the crowd starting to get hype. We see Free Ross signs. Remember, I just told you about the young gentleman who is in prison because of his e-commerce website. And the people here want him to be freed. They have brought in more chairs for people to sit because it was standing room only. And it looks to be standing room only yet again. The front of the room are your libertarians who are undecided. The back of the room are more of the people who have already decided that they're voting for President Trump. You will see both sides conversing with each other tonight. Some will disagree with each other. Some will agree with each other. It just all really depends. As we wait for President Trump, I want to tell you that your kids may not learn about him in school. They may not learn about him in the public, but you can teach them all about President Trump at home. Teach your kids about his policies. Teach your kids everything that they need to know about President Trump with the free Trump book.com. That's where you need to go. It's a free book. Of course, the free Trump book, all you have to do is pay a small shipping and handling fee. The guide has been updated for 2024. It explains Trump's vision for the future of America to kids, including his policies on immigration. As you know, it's not surprising to learn that crime and drugs are getting worse, and America is under siege by illegal immigrants pouring in from the southern border, thanks to Biden's immigration policies that are overwhelming our cities and endangering Americans. More and more Americans are agreeing with Trump's policies on immigration. So as future voters, our kids need to understand the ramifications of loose immigration policies, and they can learn that in the Kids Guide to President Trump. It helps them understand this, along with his vision for America following his re-election. Go to freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com. You can do that right now. The best-selling Kids Guide to President Trump. Available for free to RSBN viewers. All you have to pay is a small shipping and processing fee with this special promotion. All right, Vanessa Broussard with Right Side Broadcasting Network. So happy to be here with you. Thanks for spending your Saturday night here with us on Right Side. Be sure to sign up for our newsletter on Right Side Broadcasting Network's website. That's rsbnetwork.com. You can also make donations while you're there. We appreciate every dollar that you send in. Thank you very much for that. Follow us on Truth Social. You can follow us on X. You can follow us on Instagram and Facebook. I'm there as well on X. It's just my first name, @Vanessa. And then you can go to X and Instagram. I'm there as well. Just search Vanessa Broussard. You'll find me. Love chatting with the viewers. I've been chatting with them during this broadcast on social media, so I'd love to get to know you as well. So make sure you follow and give us a shout, and we'll make sure we put you in the conversation. And also, if you're watching on Rumble, make sure you sign up for Locals. Get behind-the-scene footage that you don't see anywhere else on Locals. If you're watching from Rumble, thanks for watching. Hello to all of you. So we're still seeing more people come in as we are now about 30 minutes away from President Trump taking the stage to talk to the Libertarian National Convention. As we wait for him, I want to remind you about some upcoming dates we have planned. You know, President Trump is in this bogus, phony, fake, sham trial in New York City. So that has kept him off the campaign trail the last couple of weeks, for the most part. But we expect that when this trial is over, President Trump is going to ump the ante, and he's going to be on the campaign trail, and we're going to be very busy, and we hope they're going to have rallies all over America, and we will be in your city soon. But until that's announced, until this trial is over, we do have a few dates we want to tell you about, including June 27th. That's his first debate against Joe Biden. That'll be on CNN. Joe Biden has made some requests. He wanted it to be at CNN. He did not want a live audience. He does not want the other candidate's mic to be on while one candidate is speaking. All of these requests from Joe Biden. But Donald Trump says any place, anywhere, anytime, so he agreed. The only request President Trump has is for Biden to have a drug test before the debate. We'll see how that goes. That's on June 27th, CNN hosting that one. On September 10th, mark that down on your calendar, ABC is hosting that debate. Also mark this day down, the RNC National Convention, the RNC Convention in Milwaukee. It's in July 15th through July 18th. That's a Monday through Thursday. The RNC Convention, we'll have coverage on that. 164 days to Election Day, but who's counting? We all are. 164 days until the MAGA tsunami takes over the polls. We're going to make it too big to rig as we head to vote for President Trump in November. Here at the Libertarian National Convention, we're on day 3 of the convention. They'll wrap things up tomorrow, a little after lunchtime. But tonight is the big night that everybody's waiting for. President Trump to take the stage. Vivek Ramaswamy took the stage yesterday. RFK Jr. also took the stage yesterday. He wanted to debate Trump here at the LNC, but that did not happen and will not happen. We're told from the Trump campaign that President Trump's speech tonight will be geared toward policies of libertarians like anti-war, education reform. We are anticipating anything and everything tonight, so make sure you grab your snacks, you grab your water, prop up your feet, because we're sure it's going to be a show here at the LNC. But we're told President Trump is anticipating it. He's ready for it. And you know, if anyone can handle it, it's President Trump. So we'll see how it goes. There may be a few protests. There may be some boos. There may be some clapping. We just don't know. I am told that there are some RFK Jr. voters here, deliberately here to protest. I have not confirmed that. It's just some rumblings we're hearing that they have been sent here and are here deliberately just to cause ruckus. But we'll see what happens. But the good news is we have a good mixture of people here. It kind of balances it out. As you know, Washington, D.C., deep blue area, Democrat-run city. Have been to Washington, D.C. many a times, several times for work here on Right Side. And I can't help but land now, and when I'm driving to my location or my hotel or wherever I'm going, to think about the January 6ers, the J6ers who are still in prison. So, you know, again, when you're looking at these free Ross signs, being right here in the middle of the swamp of Washington, D.C., I can't help but think of the free J6ers. Free those J6ers who have been in prison for so long, who have been in jail in these holding cells, that if you see the pictures online, are just almost inhumane how they're treating these people. We need to really hit home on that and free these J6ers. But, you know, like you look around at other deep blue areas that President Trump has visited lately, like the Bronx last week, where he had a good showing and a good crowd, and thousands of people came in, not just from the Bronx, but also Brooklyn and Queens. These predominantly African-American areas of New York City showed up for President Trump last week in the Bronx. And in fact, there was maybe a online reporter who she'd like to call herself a reporter. Maybe she has a blog. I'm really not sure. Who confronted a white man, a white rapper, and asked him if he supported President Trump. He said yes, and she says, because you're racist. And not 2 seconds after that came out of her mouth, all of these African Americans came up behind him in his defense saying, no, he's not, because we're African American and we love President Trump. So my point here is, do not listen to the left's craziness and division that they're trying to cause between different ethnic groups. In the Bronx, there was a great turnout of people from different cultures, backgrounds, ethnicities, religions. It was a great balance of people. And in that group of thousands of people, the main thing that everyone had in common is that we're all Americans. And that's who's voting for President Trump. The American people, no matter their race, no matter their religion, no matter what community they come from, what state, what city, it doesn't matter. They're coming together for President Trump. The left is trying to divide America. The right is trying to bring us all together. And that's what you saw at the Bronx the other day. And you really see a good crowd of different people here tonight as well at the Libertarian National Convention as we await President Trump. We talk about the Bronx because that was a great showing last week, but let's not forget about 2 weeks ago when President Trump was also in deep blue state of New Jersey, on the beaches of New Jersey. That may have been a record turnout. Tens of thousands of people showing up there for President Trump on the sandy Jersey Shore beaches. President Trump coming in from New York City tonight, where it seems to be the place where he's spending his holiday weekend. getting toward the end of his trial in the hush money case. We've listened to weeks and weeks of arguments from the prosecution and also the defense. Monday is a holiday, that is Memorial Day, so the jury will convene and they will go back to the courthouse on Tuesday morning along with President Trump and his attorneys. Closing arguments will begin on Tuesday. Shortly after that, when that wraps up, the defense will go first and then the prosecution will close with their closing arguments. Once that wraps up, then the case goes to the jury. The jury will have all of the evidence laid out in front of them. If they have any questions, a letter will be sent out to the judge. He will try to answer those questions for the jury members. That happens a lot. That's typical in cases like this. And when they come to a conclusion, now you have 12 jury members. All you need is one to have a hung jury or a mistrial if one disagrees with the other 11. So once that happens, then they'll have a hung jury. If they decide that President Trump is guilty, then Judge Merchan will sentence President Trump. We're expecting that to take several weeks or several months. If they are finding the president not guilty, then case dismissed and we'll go about our way and hit the campaign trail. And we're ready for that. But looking at the case, you know, you have two key witnesses who are known liars. You have Stormy Daniels, who has gone back and forth on her word. 1 minute she makes these claims that she had an extramarital affair with President Trump, and she was paid hush money by his organization, which would be the second person to be one of the key witnesses, and that's Michael Cohen, that she was paid by Michael Cohen at that time to basically not say a word to affect the election. Well, then she comes back later, years later, and says, oh, I didn't have an extramarital affair with President Trump. So then she claims she didn't after she was paid hush money. And then she comes back and claims that she did. So she goes back and forth on her word, and that was brought up in front of the jury in this case as well. Then you have Michael Cohen, who is a former lawyer of President Trump, who is a convicted liar, who was on the stand just last week, and the Trump team, his lawyers, came out and basically got him to admit that he has stolen thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars from the Trump organization. So here are your two key witnesses, Stormy Daniels and Michael Cohen, who are known liars. It's a fact that they lie. We have seen on record that they lie. Michael Cohen has gone to jail because he's lied. And so these are your two key witnesses that the jury really has to take a look at, and that will play a part in the decision and coming up with a verdict, which we may get next week. So stay tuned for that. That's going on in New York City. And we're thinking that with the other cases going on, the Mar-a-Lago hoax, the case in Georgia with Fannie Willis, all those cases, if they were to proceed, then they wouldn't happen before the November election. This New York case may very well be the only case that goes to court before November. Okay, I'm going to take another step back so you can see the crowd as we get ready for President Trump. We want to remind you, as you know, tax season, yes, it's come and gone, sort of, but if you filed an extension, you're still good to go. You still have some time. If you have back taxes to pay, don't fret, don't worry. That's where Tax Network USA comes in. Tax Network USA, they have experts in every single state that can help you with your taxes. So it doesn't matter where you live. Let them handle it for you. So if you're struggling with back taxes or unfiled taxes, the IRS escalating collections in 2024, that's how they kicked off the year. In these challenging times, your best defense is Tax Network USA. Do not let the IRS take advantage of you. Tax Network USA has over 14 years of experiences with their clients. They have saved their clients over $1 billion in back taxes. So no matter the size of your tax issue, their expertise is your advantage. They specialize in negotiating with the IRS, aiming to significantly reduce your debt. So tell them what your problem is, and they go straight to the IRS for you and negotiate with them to help you. Tax Network USA doesn't just negotiate, though. They also protect your assets from IRS seizures, and they manage your yearly returns for ongoing compliance. They are licensed in every state. So regardless of where you live in the U.S., they can help you. So don't wait as the IRS steps up its game. Seize control of your financial future right now. Contact Tax Network USA for immediate relief and expert guidance. Call that number on your screen. That's 1-800-357-1415. Again, that's 1-800-357-1415. Or you can visit tnusa.com/RSBN. We are going to go to the program now.
Hello, Libertarians. It's a good crowd we've got here tonight. Beautiful crowd. You're a good-looking crowd. You're exciting. It's a lot like a family gathering in Utah. It's a little bit like a family gathering in a family with fertility problems. But, you know, we have big families there. Speaking of families, I want to tell you a little bit of a story. My son James, a few years ago, was dating this girl named Cassie. Loved Cassie. Cassie's beautiful. Cassie's a musician. Kathy knew nothing about politics. She knew nothing about what James's father does for a living, and we were fine with her not knowing that. I think she thought I was a carnival ride operator. But at some point, when Cassie realized that it was getting serious, she figured out what I do for a living. And she realized, oh my gosh, I have no idea what I am politically. So naturally, she went online and took a quiz. So she approached James. She wasn't sure how he'd react to the news of what she was. She said, James, I took the quiz, and I found out what I am politically. She was very nervous, and he said, well, what are you? And she said, I'm a libertarian. And James was so relieved, and he said, that's great, that's okay, that's pretty much what we are. We're just not quite pure enough to be that, but, you know, we're going to agree a lot of the time. But here's what happened. James and Cassie, it was fate, they got married. And just about 5 weeks ago, they had a baby. Her name is Daisy, and she's beautiful. So, and it worked out well. This combination between my constitutional conservative son and my libertarian daughter-in-law, it produced a perfect offspring. I was holding Daisy. She's like 6 weeks old now, just an hour ago before I got here. I was holding her. True story, true story. She looks up at me, barely old enough to smile. And she says, Grandpa, you've got to introduce it next week. I didn't know she could talk. Just learned how to smile. And I said, introduce what? And she said, and the Fed. And the Fed. And the Fed. So let's make a deal here. So I'm going to break a little news tonight, right now. First time anyone's hearing it. Next week, I'm introducing the End the Fed bill in the United States Senate. And I tell you what else, that creature, that bastard creature from Jekyll Island will not know what hit it. All right, so what else should we talk about? I've got another bill that you might like. You might not have heard of it. It's called the No CBDC Act. Look, it's not just the central bank digital currency would mess up our monetary system. It's that it would end the Constitution as we know it, and we must never, ever, ever allow that to happen. All right, what do you guys think of George Washington's farewell address and his warning about entangling alliances? To hell with them, right? It's time to stop these endless, unnecessary, and most of all, undeclared foreign wars. Hell no! You know what unites us? Even though I don't bear the title libertarian. Sometimes my colleagues tell me that, and I'm great with that because it's a compliment. But we get to the same conclusion. Constitutional conservatives and libertarians very often reach the same conclusion on CBDC, on End the Fed, on no foreign wars, on the fact that government's there to make sure that we don't kill each other or take each other's stuff. And that's about it. If it's not about life, liberty, and property, government probably should stay out. And we should try to ratchet down government. Now, you can't always do it all at once. When you fall from a 10-story building, it's not the fall that will kill you so much as the abrupt halt at the end. So we've got to do it methodically, but it's still got to be done. And so, in a little while, you're going to have an opportunity to hear from someone. I know you're divided on this person, but I've worked with him, and I want to tell you about where Donald Trump agrees with you on some things, some serious things. Do you know who doesn't like the central bank digital currency? Donald Trump, and he's promised to end it. When he came into office after being elected in 2016, a lot of people were worried about what he'd do with wars. And you know what? I was with him on countless occasions. I don't know if you know this, but I've got a lot of colleagues who are kind of fond of war. Secret, don't tell anyone. Some of those colleagues and some of the people in this sort of deep state crowd wanted him to go into war. And I saw him, to his great credit, resist that over and over and over again. And I heard him tell me, as he was being encouraged to do this, he was tired of making those phone calls to husbands, fathers, parents, as somebody, a loved one, had died in another undeclared war. He pushed back on that. Donald Trump was also someone who took down federal regulations. He understood something. About, I keep these two stacks of documents in my office. One stack is a few inches tall, sometimes about this tall at the most. It's the bills passed by Congress in the last year. It's probably, 10, 11 inches too many, but it's only a few hundred to a few thousand pages per each year. Those are the laws passed by Congress in the last year. There's another stack 13 feet tall, 100,000 pages long. That consists of laws made by unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats. Is that just? My version of Article 1, Section 7 says that you cannot make a federal law without the House and the Senate passing the same law, presenting it to the president, and having him sign it into law. Without that, there is no federal law. Do you know who recognizes that and wants to reverse this trend? Donald Trump. I get it. Get your booing out, but here's the thing. You've got a great opportunity to hear from him in a few minutes. If you don't want to take my word for him, hear it from him. Well, let me tell you just a couple of things about him personally that you might not know. I don't know about you, but I love the Constitution. I dream about the Constitution. I have a pair of Nike basketball shoes with Article 1, Section 8 inscribed on the back, and I like it. I want to tell you a story about Donald Trump and the Constitution. One day I was in the Oval Office with him. We talked about all sorts of issues, all kinds of issues. Out of the clear blue, he asks me the nerdiest, the wonkiest constitutional question about the intersection of the Constitution and the Senate rules that I had ever imagined. I'm going to imitate him here for you. President Trump, I apologize in advance if you're offended by this, but there's no way I can communicate the full effect of without doing it in his voice. So, here's what he said. Mike, what would happen if somebody came onto the Senate floor and they objected based on the absence of a quorum while the Senate was in a pro forma session? I won't give you the whole thing. It was really long. It was complicated. And I said, sir, I could answer that question. It'd probably take me a few hours. I would have to consult a few Senate rules experts and a couple of other lawyers, but I think I can get you the answer. That's okay. I got time. Go talk to Johnny. So I found this guy, Johnny. We assembled the necessary lawyers, Senate rules experts. Took us several hours. By the time we got it done, I watched Johnny through this like 10, 12-step answer. And I said, you've got this. And all of a sudden he said, no, you're going to have to come with me to explain it. I can't do it. So I went back to the Oval Office with him. Thought he's probably left by now. It was dark. Walked in. He was on the edge of his seat. Oh, come on in. Pence, Kellyanne, Meadows, you know, he rallied the staff. So I gave him the answer to this question. It was complicated. And at the end of it, he goes, you know, Mike, when the rest of us were 16, we were out chasing girls, doing crazy stuff. And then he gets this really pained look on his face. But then I think about you at that age. And you're not doing that, Mike. You're at home sitting at a desk and you're studying the Senate rules and the Constitution. Am I right? And I said, well, I did like girls at that age, but yes, you're not far off. I was doing that stuff too. And he goes, I knew it. And then he turned to his staff assembled and he said, and yet he has a beautiful wife. I don't know how he did it. Look, my message is this. The federal government has become too big and too expensive because it's doing crap it was never intended to do. We have been on a collision course with socialism since April 12, 1937, the day the Supreme Court of the United States bastardized the Commerce Clause, and by so doing, it almost destroyed the vertical protection we call federalism. No sooner had that happened than Congress panicked over its newfound authority over labor, manufacturing, agriculture, mining, health, safety, welfare, and we stopped passing laws and we started delegating the lawmaking power. The result of all this has been really bad for the American people. It's been good only for a few people in Washington, D.C., home to 8 of the 10 wealthiest counties in America. We've got to return that power back where it belongs, to the people. So I'm here to ask you, don't settle for big government. Expect constitutional government. Demand that we restore federalism and separation of powers. Donald Trump may not agree with you on everything, but I can tell you he will agree with you a whole hell of a lot more than that nutball in the White House or anybody else on the ticket. I encourage you, take a listen to Donald Trump, support Donald Trump, restore the Constitution. Thank you very much.
Moments away from Donald Trump taking the stage, people on their chairs chanting Donald Trump, and people up front making chants as well. So as you can see, this is going to be an interesting night. Buckle up for this ride here at the Libertarian National Convention. I'm Vanessa Broussard. So good to see you here with us on Right Side Broadcasting Network, giving you live coverage of the entire event. Reminding you before we start the program that the best way to save for your future is with the Birch Gold Group. They have thousands of satisfied customers. Make sure that you go to them if you have any concern about your future plans. The Birch Gold Group can help you convert IRAs and 401ks, precious metals, you name it. They can get you on the right track to success when it comes to your future. Plan for yourself, your kids, your grandkids, and they can help you do that. The Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898. Again, text the word Trump to 989898. A representative will be getting in contact with you after you text the word Trump to that number, and then they'll send you a free information kit for the Birch Gold Group. All right, as you can see right here, there's a little exchange going on between the crowd. And we'll just continue to watch this and monitor this as we wait for President Trump to take the stage any moment now. Right Side Broadcasting Network giving you live coverage. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back live from Washington, D.C.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale, and here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Welcome back to the Libertarian National Convention here in Washington, D.C. I'm Vanessa Broussard with Right Side Broadcasting Network. It is a pleasure to be here with you, and thank you for spending your Saturday night here with us. It's been a great time already. Very enthusiastic crowd, as you can see if you've been watching with us tonight. And as the night goes on, the more vocal they get. So this is the first time in 50 years that a presidential candidate from one of the main parties has spoken at the Libertarian National Convention, and President Trump has agreed to do just that this year. So this is a very historic night. This is a very anticipated night. And just to let you know that this crowd is very vocal about their beliefs and the policies that they stand for. And so that, with that being said, President Trump is expected to come on this stage, and he will be met with all kinds of different personalities in the crowd. Now, not your usual MAGA supporters and MAGA enthusiasts who come to his rallies. This is a group of libertarians who want to put a candidate in office who aligns more with their beliefs. So we're hearing from the Trump campaign that President Trump will talk a lot about education reform and also being anti-war, and hopefully get the nod of these libertarians here at this convention, and also the 700,000 plus libertarian voters across America who are registered to vote for this upcoming election. The libertarians here want a voice in Washington. While they have over 120 elected offices across the country, they want a voice in Washington, maybe someone on President Trump's cabinet and his administration. They just want somebody that they can go to who fights for their beliefs. Now, the Libertarian Party and the conservative movement, the Republican Party, have a lot of similarities, but there are some differences as well, and that's why the two sides are different, is because there are some differences in their beliefs. So with that being said, it's going to be very interesting on this historic night, the first time we've seen this in 50 years of a president coming on
a former president, that is, but a presidential candidate from one of the two major parties taking the stage at the Libertarian National Convention. In the front, you have a lot of Libertarians. They rearranged some of the seating for this venue. A lot of the Libertarians near the front are undecided how they will vote, so you'll see them really getting animated tonight. Toward the back, you will see voters from the Libertarian Party who have decided who they will vote for. They will vote for President Trump. You see a lot of MAGA hats and MAGA attire toward the back of the room. And so, again, you're going to see a lot of back and forth tonight. You're going to see a lot of different personalities tonight. You're going to see some RFK Jr. supporters here tonight who I'm told may be here in protest. I'm looking as well across the room as we get closer to President Trump taking the stage, and I see security all around the room, even standing on chairs. So they have a good eye on this crowd. Of course, everyone goes through the typical security measures to come inside through the mags and Secret Service screening. But inside, we have security standing on chairs so they can get an overview of the crowd from above. So they're on the ground and also standing on chairs, just to give you an idea of what security looks like, because this is going to be a very vocal night. Buckle up, because it's going to be a ride this evening, something we haven't seen, if ever, because when we usually go to a Trump rally or a Trump speech or a dinner where President Trump is speaking, you see a lot of Republicans and a lot of conservatives who want a change for the positive, someone who supports our Constitution, and someone who wants to raise your family in an America that your grandparents were raised in, someone who believes in our Declaration of Independence, our First Amendment, our Second Amendment, 14th Amendment. It goes on, just what our forefathers wanted for this country. Well, a lot of these libertarians want the same thing, but there are some differences, again, in beliefs. If you're watching on YouTube, thanks for subscribing to the RSBN YouTube channel. Good to see you here with us on Right Side tonight on this Saturday evening on a holiday weekend. We appreciate you being here. I spoke about this earlier, and I'll speak about it again because I don't think they could ever get enough praise and thanks. We are in the backyard of Arlington National Cemetery, where those brave men and women are buried who died for us and our freedoms to live in this wonderful country. And so my thoughts and prayers are with all of the men and women, the family members who have lost loved ones in combat, and, of course, thanks to the veterans who lost their lives defending our freedom. And visited Arlington National Cemetery many a times, and every time you go in, if you've never been, every time you step on the grounds there, the hair stands up on your arms, and you can just feel it in your heart and your soul, the sorrow, the sadness, but also the gratitude for the brave men and women who are buried there. So think of them and all the families who mourn on this Memorial Weekend. We're going to continue to show you the crowds as we wait for President Trump. Should be any minute now as we pass the top of the hour. It's 8 o'clock Eastern here in Washington, D.C. President Trump should be here any moment now. And his team, his campaign, says he's ready. He's ready for this bunch, this crowd, this group that he's not used to speaking in front of. But if anyone can handle, if there's any hecklers or any booing or any chants, President Trump is that person. We'll also see if he goes off script tonight. A lot of times during his speeches, we love to hear him go off his speech, off topic, off prompter, because that's where his true personality comes out, that we love to see, that we love to hear. And so we'll see tonight if he goes off prompter and talks more from the heart instead of a script. So it's all to be determined. We'll see, but we're just moments away from President Trump.
any of the social media platforms, please continue to do so. Chime in, chat with me. Love getting to meet so many different people, especially in the last couple of months. You've really, been very communicating with me on social media, and I love interacting with all of you. If you're on Truth Social, it's just my first name, @Vanessa. If you're on Twitter, it is now X, formerly known as Twitter. It's @VanessaB News. And if you're on Instagram, it's @Vanessa Broussard News. I'll post some behind-the-scenes footage from tonight there on my social media platforms after this event concludes. So give me a follow. Let me know where you're watching from. Would love to connect with all of you. Join the conversation as well. You can always send me messages on social media, and I'll be sure to read your comments and any pictures you may have, MAGA pictures, send them my way. Any unique stories, love to tell them here on Right Side. So join the conversation with me on social media, and we'll put you on air here on Right Side.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale, and here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
Word that we are about 3 to 4 minutes away from President Trump taking the stage, starting his speech. I'm seeing more security come out from side doors and behind the curtains as we await President Trump. So he is here inside the Hilton in Washington, D.C., about to take the stage here at the Libertarian National Convention. I'm seeing a lot of his campaign team members walking around, talking with people. And also, again, security is really showing up in full force as we await President Trump. Just about 2 minutes now. So be sure to watch closely. And thanks for watching Right Side for live coverage tonight. We'll air the entire speech. And what will happen tonight? We just don't know. It may be something that the news media will be talking about for a long time. But the people here have been warned that even though the president may not have the same views as you, be polite, be respectful for the former president and the soon-to-be Republican nominee for president. So even those who are here who may not fully align with his beliefs have been told, respectful. But as you know, and as you've seen tonight, this is a very vocal crowd. They're an energetic crowd. They're an eager crowd, and they just want their voices heard. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here starting in the next couple of minutes. Just a quick reminder before we wait for President Trump that you can go to his website, donaldjtrump.com, see Agenda 47. To look at all of his policies, those he started in his first term, and also the ones that he wants to finish in a second term under a Trump presidency. And while you are there, just released this week, I believe on Wednesday or Thursday, was what is called the Palm Beach Playbook. This is a Trump campaign newsletter that comes out every single night to your email. All you have to do is sign up for it, and it's going to be truth and transparency right there in a newsletter. So you'll have right sides that we hope that you have already signed up for. You can do that if you have not already on RSBnetwork.com. Sign up for our newsletter that we send out maybe about once a week or so, depending on the events taking place. And then nightly now from the Trump campaign, you can have the Palm Beach Playbook, which is a nightly newsletter that you'll get to your email. Both newsletters, Palm Beach newsletter, RSBN newsletter, those are both two newsletters where you can get truth, facts, transparency. So make sure you are signed up for both. The Palm Beach Playbook, just released by the Trump campaign. All right, I'm hearing from his team that it could be any minute now. Before President Trump takes the stage. Standing room only here inside the ballroom at the Hilton in D.C. They had to bring in extra chairs earlier as more people started coming in. They brought in extra seating, but it is still standing room only. And I want to remind you, coming from me, just remember what I said earlier. I firmly believe that if you're going to have a heckler, maybe just one or two or three, that the mainstream media is going to run with it for days. But watch what you're seeing here tonight and determine for yourself what you see. Don't let the mainstream media try to convince you one way or another. Make your own decisions about what you see here tonight. But you'll see it all over social media. You'll see it all over the internet and on air. They're going to have a heyday with this if things go a little awry, maybe for a couple of minutes. But again, this is a man who is wanting to reach all of America, who is fighting for all Americans, no matter the party. Coming to the Libertarian National Convention, the first time in 50 years that a main party candidate has done so, to tell them and try to convince them that I will be your president as well. I am working for you. I am working for all Americans. A lot of MAGA hats here tonight. Good to see. I noticed them as I was walking in this evening before we went live on air, and I just smiled because, again, if you listen to the mainstream media, there's going to be nothing but boos here tonight and hecklers here tonight and protests here tonight. But the truth is, when you get here, there's just as many Trump supporters who have already decided in the Libertarian Party that they're voting for Donald Trump. They're here tonight. They're wearing their gear. They're wearing their MAGA hats. That's the truth. You've seen it tonight. We've panned the crowd. You see it. And you hear them chanting, "We want Trump." Any minute now before President Trump takes the stage here at the Libertarian National Convention.
Angela McCardle, Chair of the Libertarian National Convention. Loud, loud, loud.
What a beautiful crowd. Thank you guys so much for being here tonight. You know, I also invited Joe Biden, and he did not attend. We have an incredible opportunity tonight, and I'm really grateful for it. Never in the history of the Libertarian Party has a former president and front-runner candidate for the presidency come to speak specifically to our concerns. Thank you all for making history with us. I want to continue this trend, so let's work towards that. I really appreciate you all. And without further ado, I would like to welcome to the stage the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, everybody, and thank you, Angela, for that introduction. And I am truly honored to be invited here tonight as the first president in American history to address the Libertarian National Convention. Great honor. A lot of people ask why I came to speak at this Libertarian Convention, and you know, it's an interesting question, isn't it? But we're going to have a lot of fun. Well, in the last year, I've been indicted by the government on 91 different things, so if I wasn't a libertarian before, I sure as hell am a libertarian now. And unlike Joe Biden, I don't throw people in jail for disagreeing with me. I don't do that. I want to thank some people that have been really outstanding, and they are great libertarians and great people. Ambassador Rick Grinnell, Senator Mike Lee, Kash Patel, and Senate candidate who's going to win from Virginia, Hung Cao. I also want to pay our deepest respects to the two young missionaries from Missouri, Davy and Natalie Lloyd, that were viciously killed yesterday in Haiti. It was a horrible thing, and I just want to pay our respects to their families. They're great families, incredible people, and it's a very, very sad moment. What happened was so horrible. So, to Davy and Natalie, please, thank you very much. I'd also like to express my gratitude to all the fierce champions of freedom in this room. You are champions of freedom. You are indeed. And I'm here to talk to you about the rise of left-wing fascism in the country and to need to defeat the corrupt and incompetent tyrant in the White House, crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of the United States. He is the worst president by far in the history of the United States. In fact, I would say that Jimmy Carter is very happy tonight because he goes down as being a brilliant president by comparison. Everyone here tonight believes that we must fight for the same fundamental freedoms: freedom of expression, freedom of religion, freedom of the right to own a firearm, and freedom over taxation. Oh, that was interesting. Then you're going to like me, firearm, you're going to like me. Nobody better than me. And we just got the full NRA, the strongest endorsement they've ever given the NRA, so that's good. Freedom from over-regulation, freedom from government discrimination, and we believe that we do not have a free country if we do not have free speech, and very strongly believe that. We stand opposed to government tyranny in all of its many forms. We are opposed to a government that spies on political campaigns. I wonder who that might be. Like they did on me, spies on the American people, censors us, and crushes the rights of its own citizens, which the Biden administration does. We want government out of our business, out of our wallets, and out of our lives. That's what we want. We believe that Marxism is an evil doctrine straight from the ashes of hell. Having Marxism in our government is intolerable, and teaching it to our children is considered to us child abuse. We believe that the job of the United States military is not to wage endless regime change wars around the globe, senseless wars. The job of the United States military is to defend America from attack and invasion here at home. We believe that property rights are fundamental to a free society and that Joe Biden's rampant inflation is a monstrous theft from the American people. It's a theft. We believe that the greatest threat to our country is not from enemies abroad. It's the tyrants, communists, fascists, and thugs attacking our rights and liberties from within. And above all else, we live by the words of the great American patriot, Patrick Henry, "Give me liberty or give me death." Our rights and freedoms have never been more in danger than they are right now. That is why I have come to extend a hand of friendship to ask for your partnership to defeat communism, defeat Marxism, and defeat crooked Joe Biden, who is destroying our country. He's destroying our country. We can be libertarian or anything else. This man is destroying our country. Thank you. And by the way, Why isn't Joe Biden here speaking to you tonight? You know why? Why isn't he? Because he can't put two sentences together. That's why he's not here. The fact is, we should not be fighting each other. If Joe Biden gets back in, there will be no more liberty for anyone in our country. Combined with us in a partnership, we're asking that of the Libertarians. We must work together. Combine with us. You have to combine with us. We cannot give crooked Joe Biden 4 more years. We cannot give crooked Joe Biden 4 more years. Today's radical left Democrat Party is not a Democrat Party of years ago, which still wanted big government, but at least believed in tolerance and free speech. Joe Biden's radical left Democrat Party is a fascist movement that wants to throw you in jail. If you post a meme they don't like, they want to throw you in jail if you do something that isn't quite to their liking. What you're witnessing under Biden is a toxic fusion of the Marxist left, the deep state, the military-industrial complex, the government security and surveillance services, and their partners, all merging together into a hideous perversion of the American system. And that's exactly what it is. The fact is that Joe Biden is a threat to democracy. My mission is to liberate our nation from these fascist frauds and to rescue our democracy, to restore our republic, and to evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House so that America can be a free nation once again. He's the worst in history. The Biden regime censors its critics, spies on its opposition, takes away the bank accounts of U.S. citizens as an extra form of punishment, persecutes Christians and patriotic parents, and is currently trying to put the leading candidate for president in jail. That happens to be me. While imposing a strict gag order in order to keep me from talking about their crimes and their unconstitutional acts. They want to get rid of the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, due process, the right to a fair trial, and the right to counsel, all the while pushing wealth confiscation and waging endless and unnecessary wars all over the globe. Anyone can talk about defending freedom, but I've actually put everything on the line to resist these despots and these stuff. And I stand before you tonight as your best hope of defeating the weaponized Biden and the very evil regime that his people, because it's probably not him because he doesn't know where the hell he is, but that his people are pursuing. You can make the difference. The Libertarian Party can make a big difference. The Libertarian Party can make a big difference. Together we can make America freer than ever before for citizens of all backgrounds and all walks of life. We can unleash new hope, optimism, and energy. We can release limited government so that the people can have an unlimited future. United, we will be unstoppable. If we unite, we are unstoppable. I will be a true friend to libertarians in the White House. And I am proud to be the only president in 70 years who started no new wars. I took on the military-industrial complex. I broke the stranglehold on neocons and warmongers on the Republican Party. And instead of war, I made peace in the Middle East, something nobody thought was possible, and dealt with Kim Jong-un of North Korea, where a nuclear war was guaranteed to start in a very short period of time if Hillary Clinton became president. You know, that would have been a nuclear war 100%. And you would have never had the October 7th attack in Israel. Would have never happened. And the attack in Ukraine by Russia would never, ever have happened. Wouldn't have happened. Hundreds of thousands and even millions of people would be living today. I unbound the United States from globalist agreements that surrendered our sovereignty. I withdrew from the Paris Accord. I withdrew from the anti-gun UN arms treaty. And I withdrew from the corrupt and very expensive World Health Organization. Not a good thing. I passed the most significant, and this is so important, but I passed the most significant criminal justice reform in history. And perhaps my proudest accomplishment is to have exposed the depth of corruption in the Washington swamp. Thanks to me, the entire world knows that the deep state is real, and the lamestream media is fake. It's fake. A great libertarian who may very well be in the room right now, I believe, but he's a great libertarian, DeRoy Murdoch, who I've become friends with through his writings in the American Spectator and numerous other places, wrote an article yesterday in which he mentions just some of the things that make me a libertarian without even trying to be one. That's nice. DeRoy wrote, Donald J. Trump will address the Libertarian Party and its national convention on Saturday. The Libertarian Party should nominate Trump for President of the United States. Whoa. That's nice. That's nice. Only if you want to win. Only if you want to win. Maybe you don't want to win. Maybe you don't want to win. Thank you, DeRoy. Thank you. No, only do that if you want to win. If you want to lose, don't do that. Keep getting your 3% every 4 years. The reasons for doing so, policy and politics, are as solid as the Hope Diamond. DeRoy says this event is very unprecedented, he said. As the Cato Institute president, Peter Gotler, observed in Thursday's Washington Post, it will be the first time in U.S., think of this, first time in U.S. history that a presidential candidate of a rival party will address the convention of a party that is presumably gathering to nominate its own candidate. Now I think you should nominate me or at least vote for me, and we should win together. You heard those words. Nominate me or vote. Vote for me. Because the libertarians want to vote for me, and most of them will. And it's very important. Because we have to get rid of the worst president in history. And together we will. And without it, there's a risk that we could have 4 more years. We won't have a country left. So what is the purpose of the Libertarian Party getting 3%? What is the reason to take a chance of having this horrible president destroy our country, which he will do in far less than 4 years? It's not going to take 4 years. That is why I'm committing to you tonight that I will put a libertarian in my cabinet and also libertarians in senior posts. Pretty good. That's pretty big. Or you can keep going the way you have for the last long decades and get your 3% and meet again, get another 3%. No, you want to make yourself winners. It's time to be winners. You have a lot of common sense. It's time to be winners. So I'm asking for the liberation. Well, think of it. I'm asking for the Libertarian Party's endorsement, or at least lots of your votes, lots and lots of Libertarian votes, based on my 4-year, very outstanding presidential record. Much of my record is Libertarian. As an example, DeRoy, thank you. Hey, where is DeRoy? Is he here? DeRoy, where are you? He's great. I like DeRoy. I've liked him for a long time, and he is a libertarian. Thank you, DeRoy. Thank you. DeRoy wrote, the $1.5 trillion Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was America's largest infusion of tax release. That's the largest tax relief ever. It sliced individual tax rates for all taxpayers and slashed corporate tax rates from a punishing 35% to a globally competitive, and much more than that, only 21%, way down. It was the largest tax cut in the history of our country. Now you can like it or you don't have to like it. Immediate expensing of business equipment and other reductions fueled the best economy that our country has ever had. For 4 years, we had the best economy our country has ever had. Black and Hispanic unemployment reached the best levels in history. Female joblessness slid to levels unseen before. Black poverty collapsed to record lows. And all of the things, income inequality shrank, and it shrank at levels we've never witnessed. Between 2016 and 2019, real median household income grew. These were the Trump years. 16.4%, the highest ever, to almost $10,000 per family. Think of that. Number two, Trump cut red tape as never before. He promised to kill 2 old regulations for every new one. And in fact, he ended up actually scrapping 8 for 1. And he was going to 12 to 1 and doing numbers that were unbelievable. Thank you, DeRoy. DeRoy is, and I'm actually just quoting from the article that came out today from DeRoy Murdoch. He said, number 3, Trump fully restrained inflation. We had practically none. Prices were rising just 1.4% as he left office. And this was a fraction of the 9% inflation that lying Joe Biden repeatedly claims Trump handed him. No, he said we handed him. No, it went up to 9% after he took over the White House and created all the inflationary acts. He did a horrible job. The 30-year mortgage rate, as Trump departed, was 2.77% versus the almost 9% today. And you, by the way, even if you pay 9%, you can't get any money. There's no money available. Trump's drill, baby, drill approach fostered energy independence, which we've never had before. Low fuel and electricity prices helped moderate inflation and propel economic growth. But all of these things have now skyrocketed. They have skyrocketed to levels never seen. Inflation has hit us harder than it's probably ever hit us before, and people are suffering because of it. Trump promoted parental rights and school choice. Trump's education department repealed the so-called guidance letter that turned on-campus sexual harassment accusations into de facto criminal convictions. You know all about that. Who else would do that for you? Trump restored due process to the he said, she said minefield for your children. I know many, many people, what they've gone through with that is they've gone through hell. In a powerful blow, Trump required universities to respect the First Amendment lest they lose their federal funds. I said, you don't respect the First Amendment, we're taking away all of your federal funding. Trump torpedoed Obamacare's individual mandate and got rid of many of its taxes. Medical price transparency empowered consumers to shop for health care services and compare costs. And this is one of the biggest things that's happened, and it's reducing the price of drugs and everything related to drugs and medical care at levels not seen before. This will soon be happening. The competition is now slowing what were ballooning health care expenses. Trump signed right to try. Terminally ill patients now can receive experimental and possibly life-saving treatments. And when at death's door, what do these suffering Americans have to lose? What do they have to lose, you ask? They are so thousands and thousands of people are now living because of right to try. Trump nominated some 300 constitutionalist federal judges, a record, including a seldom-seen 3 Supreme Court justices in one presidential term. very rarely seen before, if ever. Trump canceled and defunded federal diversity, equity, and inclusion programs and other state-funded racism schemes. The VA Mission Act, which Trump signed, lets military veterans receive federally funded medical care in the private sector if delays prevent their treatment in VA hospitals. In other words, if they're delayed, they can go out and get a private doctor. We pay the bill. They go out, they get a private doctor, they get better. People were waiting online for 2 months, 3 months, 5 months, 6 months, and not anymore. Trump signed a measure that streamlined dismissals of federal bureaucrats who abuse America's beloved veterans. He got NATO countries to pay hundreds of billions of dollars more for their protection. The only president who did so, and substantially reducing what we were forced to pay. We got them to pay, other nations to pay hundreds of billions of dollars that they weren't paying. No other president was able to do that, reducing very substantially what we paid. During the Trump administration, we had peace through strength. No wars other than the complete and total destruction of ISIS. And DeRoy ended by saying that most libertarians would say this is a non-exhaustive roster of accomplishments like no other, that it truly shines. So again, DeRoy, thank you very much. DeRoy Murdoch, I appreciate it. We could not have written that better. And as you say, there were many other things we did that were quite libertarian also. So I want to thank you very much. That was a great article. Thank you. DeRoy Murdoch, thank you. When I return to the White House, we will break the deep state grip on our democracy once and for all. I did far more than any other president in that regard. As an example, I inherited James Comey, a terrible, terrible person from the Obama administration. And very early on, I fired him and lots of others at the FBI, in addition to thousands and thousands of corrupt and unnecessary people throughout our government. And now we are going to finish the job. We will root out the sickness that has taken over our Justice Department, our FBI, and other agencies. Our goal will be nothing less than the rebirth of fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. Since the day he took office, Joe Biden has worked to persecute political dissidents, including conservatives, Catholics, and other Christians and opponents of his weaponized state. Right now, the Biden DOJ is trying to put Christians in prison for 11 years for the crime of singing hymns. The moment I win the election, I will appoint a special task force to rapidly review the cases of every political prisoner who has been unjustly persecuted by the Biden administration, so that I can sign their pardons or commutations on day one. And I will ensure that libertarians are helping to lead that task force. You'll be on that task force, many of you. As everyone knows, it will be my great honor to pardon the peaceful January 6 protesters, or, as I often call them, the hostages. They're hostages. There has never been a group of people treated so harshly or unfairly in our country's history. This abuse will be rectified, and it will be rectified very quickly. And if you vote for me on day one, I will commute the sentence of Ross Ulbricht, who was sentenced of time served. He's already served 11 years. We're going to get him home. We're going to get him home. I'm proud that I have put forward a detailed plan to smash the censorship and industrial complex and restore free speech. On day one, I will sign an executive order banning federal agencies from colluding to censor the lawful speech of American citizens. And we will remove the rogue bureaucrats who conspire to take away your First Amendment freedoms. We will do that quickly. I will once again slash a record number of liberty-destroying regulations. I will stop Joe Biden's plan for the largest tax. He is going to give you the largest tax increase in the history of our country. And I will end that. And I will make the Trump tax cuts the biggest in the history of our country. We will make them permanent tax cuts. We will also stop the massive Biden inflation tax, a stealth tax by which crooked Joe Biden is printing trillions and trillions of dollars and plundering it for the cronies and political friends that he's got all over Washington. And we will cancel the Green New Deal, which is the Green New Scam. It's a big scam. We will terminate Crooked Joe's insane electric vehicle mandate. And we're going to bring your energy costs down by 60 and 70% because we will drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We will eliminate illegal government discrimination, return to a society based on individual rights and individual merit. Thank you. And I will also stop Joe Biden's crusade to crush crypto. We're going to stop it. I will ensure that the future of crypto and the future of Bitcoin will be made in the USA, not driven overseas. I will support the right to self-custody to the nation's 50 million crypto holders. I say this with your vote. I will keep Elizabeth Warren and her goons away from your Bitcoin. And I will never allow the creation of a central bank digital currency. I will also immediately end the humanitarian disaster on our southern border. We will end it quickly. You cannot have capitalism and also have open borders because you will soon be turned into a socialist nation, then a poor nation, and finally you will be a failed nation. By ending the border crisis, which we will do immediately, we will save freedom, prosperity, and capitalism in America. And before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled, so we quit spending hundreds of billions of dollars to fight other people's wars, and so that we start immediately saving thousands and thousands of lives. And I am committed to restoring peace and restoring stability and to stopping Joe Biden's march to World War III. You know you're being led right into World War III. You know that. You're going to have World War III, and it will be a war like no other because of the weaponry, the massive weaponry. It will be a war like no other. We will stop it. And I'm the only one that's going to be able to stop it. I will protect American sovereignty from the creeping hands of global government. And as we speak, Joe Biden's minions are in Geneva, secretly negotiating to surrender more of our liberty to the World Health Organization. Drafts of the agreement show that they want to subjugate America to foreign nations, attack free speech, empower the World Health Organization to redistribute American resources. They're going to take our money and send it all over the world to other countries that we need for our own citizens in the event of a pandemic. And it can happen again. I am hereby demanding that Joe Biden submit these monstrosities to the Senate as treaties. They have to be submitted as treaties because he cannot be allowed to do that. Destroy our country, he is. If he does not, I will rip them up and throw them out on day one of the Trump administration. On education, we will cut federal funding for any school pushing Marxist and communist race and gender theories on our children. We will keep men out of women's sports. And I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. We will shut down our out-of-control federal Department of Education and give it back to the states and local governments. I will return power to the states, local governments, and to the American people. I am a believer in the 10th Amendment. I will always defend religious liberty and the right to keep and bear arms. And I will secure our elections. So in conclusion, to every freedom lover here today, and there are a lot of them, and all across our land, I say, this is no ordinary election. Freedom itself is at stake. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. So if you want to strike a blow against the corrupt system in Washington, if you want to send a message to all of the people who want to take away your liberty, then right now in this election, we need your help. We need your support. When I'm in the White House, you will always find an open door to the Oval Office. Together, we are taking on some of the most menacing forces and vicious opponents our people have ever seen. But no matter how hateful or corrupt the communists and criminals we're fighting are, and they are vicious and they are corrupt, you must never forget, this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you, belongs to you. This is your home, this is your heritage, and our American liberty is your God-given right. 2024 is our final battle. With your help, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. And we will drain the swamp, and we will restore and rescue our country from these tyrants and villains once and for all. Ladies and gentlemen, the great liberation of America begins on November 5th, 2024. It will be the most important day in the history of our country, and the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. I want to thank you. I want your support. And again, you can either nominate us and put us in the position or give us your votes. I would say nominate or give us your votes, but we want libertarian votes because you stand for what we stand for, and don't waste a vote. And don't allow the worst president in the history of our country to come back and do the final destruction of America. Thank you very much, everybody. God bless you. God bless you.
Trump getting a lot of reaction from the libertarian crowd here tonight. I'm Vanessa Broussard with Right Side Broadcasting Network. It has been a pleasure to be here with you. President Trump speaking for about 45 minutes. He did address freeing Ross Ulbright from prison, freeing Julian Assange, defending the Second Amendment, peace, not war, abolishing the deep state, stopping runaway inflation, ending the Fed, and no more foreign aid. This is just a few of the topics President Trump spoke about tonight. Music to the ears of these libertarians. We saw a lot of applause for the president. Some people who were offering a couple of boos for the policies, not directly at going towards President Trump, but more toward the policies. But this is the Libertarian National Convention. President Trump knew coming in that this would be a rowdy bunch, and they were, but a lot of great cheers for the president tonight and a lot of MAGA supporters here as well. We want to thank our sponsors, of course, Birch Gold Group. Always great to work with them. We highly recommend the Birch Gold Group. As the national debt continues to skyrocket, now above $34 trillion, causing many to worry when the house of cards will come crashing down. Don't worry no more. Text the word Trump to 989898. Get your free information kit. You can convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. It doesn't cost you a penny out of pocket. Text the word Trump to 989898. With the Birch Gold Group. The wellness company. We don't have a healthcare system in this country. We have a sick care system. Pharmaceutical companies make billions, that's billions with a B, every single year off of sick Americans. So make sure you go and visit MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Use the code RSBN at purchase for $45 off and free shipping. That's MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Of course, free Trump book. Go to freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com. Teach your kids about President Trump and his policy. freetrumpbook.com. All you have to do is pay a small shipping and processing. AnglePaste, hello to this company from Texas. AnglePaste Miracle Cream, transforming the health of your skin naturally. Not only is it made in Spring, Texas, but everything is sourced in the USA. AnglePaste also sticks to America first by hiring veterans. It's unlike any cream on the market. Trust us when we say you need this in your cabinet at your house. Many customers have reported younger looking skin, fewer wrinkles, lightening of age spots, healing of burns and bruises. Give them a try today. This is for men and women, teenagers. They'll love it. AnglePaste.com. Type in the promo code RSBN to get 10% off your order. Tax Network USA. Let the professionals handle your back taxes for you. Let them handle your extensions. If you filed one for you, they will get you on the right track. Don't let that discourage you. With over 14 years of experience, Tax Network USA has saved their clients over $1 billion in tax and back taxes, that is. They specialize in negotiating with the IRS, aiming to significantly reduce your debt. Call 1-800-357-1415. That's 1-800-357-1415. Or you can visit tnusa.com/RSBN, tnusa.com/RSBN. Thanks so much for watching on this Saturday night from the Libertarian National Convention in Washington, D.C. Saturday night has concluded with President Trump. The convention will wrap up for the weekend and for the year tomorrow here at the Hilton in Washington, D.C. But all in all, a wonderful night, a rowdy bunch, but they did what they were told to do by the party, by their leaders here in the Libertarian Party, to be respectful of the president, and it's okay to have different views. Don't be like a college kid, they said before President Trump came on. Don't be like a college kid who causes a ruckus because you don't like the views of someone else from a different party. But that'll do it for us here from the Hilton. I'm Vanessa Broussard with Right Side Broadcasting Network. Have a wonderful night, and we will see you next time.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale, and here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.